You're watching NASA TV.
Good morning and welcome. This is Mission Control Houston. This morning, 2 astronauts have put on their spacesuits and are getting ready to venture outside of the International Space Station for a spacewalk. NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata are our spacewalkers today, and their goal is to install some hardware to the outside of the space station to prepare for the future installment of IROSAs, or ISS Rollout Solar Arrays, and we'll get into a little bit more about what those are in just a minute. But this spacewalk is part of an ongoing effort to upgrade the space station's power system. Today's spacewalk focuses on installing a support structure that a future solar array can be attached to in the future. This support structure is made up of 6 struts and a mounting bracket, but remember, no actual solar arrays are going to be put on today. This spacewalk is a continuation, or a Part 2 spacewalk for Mann and Wakata. They began work to install this hardware on Friday, January 20th, and are set to complete the job today over the course of a spacewalk that could last up to 7 hours. This includes finishing up some work on the lower strut and installing the mid strut. They'll also be doing some get-ahead tasks if time allows. These are our spacewalkers. Nicole Mann, sometimes you'll hear her referred to as Duke. She's got the spacesuit with the red stripes. She'll be our EV-1 today. And Koichi Wakata from the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency is our EV-2 today. He's in the suit with no stripes. So we are in the Quest airlock aboard the International Space Station. That's where these live views are coming from. Quest consists of 2 parts, the equipment lock and the crew lock. They're in the process of moving our spacewalkers over to the crew lock, where depressurization will take place. But this view you're getting right now is in the equipment lock. That's NASA astronaut Frank Rubio in the bluish-black shirt, and the glass is there to your right. And that's NASA astronaut Josh Cassada in the red flannel, the long sleeves on your screen now. He's helping get our spacewalkers suited up with the safer unit. So their spacesuits are on, and now he's installing this sort of backpack. Stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. We don't plan on using this backpack during the spacewalk, but in the unlikely event that they become untethered or unattached to the space station in any way, they can use these safers to get themselves back. Our spacewalkers are running about 35 minutes ahead of schedule today, and we expect depressurization to begin about 5 minutes past the hour. Shortly before our live coverage began, the spacewalkers got into their suits and began what's known as their pre-breathing exercise. This is a way for the astronauts to avoid decompression sickness, something that scuba divers have to be careful of as well. They put on masks and began to breathe pure oxygen, and also completed a series of arm and leg exercises to purge their bodies of nitrogen. Decompression sickness can happen when gases like nitrogen in our body form bubbles in our blood and tissues. So these preventative measures like breathing pure oxygen and the exercise are critical before spacewalk. So these were already completed before our coverage began today. So you can see NASA astronaut Frank Rubio not in the spacesuit on the left of your screen there. He's what's known as a suit IV. The name is referring to a crew member who's responsible for getting through the procedures to safely get the spacewalkers out on their way out the door. This includes helping the spacewalker put their spacesuit on, recording the status of the suit, and getting them ready for depressurization. Right now, he's assisting our spacewalker, the one inside the spacesuit, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. So, in addition to Nicole Mann, or Duke, as her call sign is, you may sometimes hear her referred to as Duke. You'll see her in the suit with the red stripes, but another way that you can tell is that our two spacewalkers are from two different nations. So you see that Nicole Mann has the American flag on hers, while Koichi Wakata has the Japanese flag on his. You can see NASA astronaut Josh Cassada in the red shirt in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. He's also known as a suit IV as well. Again, assisting our spacewalkers get out the door today. You may hear Nicole Mann, or Duke, referred to as EV1. That means she's responsible for operating the hatch and its thermal cover. Once depressurization is complete and the spacewalkers are ready to head out, you may see live views of a door swinging open, and that's Nicole Mann in the red striped suit making that happen. She'll be the first to exit the airlock, followed shortly by Koichi Wakata. Both spacewalkers now in the crew lock. After they get configured in there with the help of our suit IVs, that door will close and we'll only have views of our suit IVs, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada. And then here in Mission Control Houston, we'll do a go, no-go poll for depressurization. You're watching live coverage of our spacewalk today. This is part 2 of U.S. Spacewalk 84 that happened on January 20th, but even though it's a continuation, it is indeed called U.S. Spacewalk 85 this morning. This, of course, would make it the second spacewalk for NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata. You're getting a live view now of Mission Control Houston. The space station is handing over communications between its satellites, and as a result, we've lost our live video and audio feed just for a moment. These communication handovers are planned and expected, and we should get our live views back shortly. In the meantime, we do have a live view of Mission Control Houston. Our flight director oversees everyone in this room and our support rooms that aren't shown right now. She gathers intel from all of the experts and ultimately makes the decision on how to move forward. And there she is, popping into screen briefly on the lower right of your screen. Our flight director today is Chloe Mehring. She's a Pennsylvania native who began her career at NASA in 2008. But on your screen, we have NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, who's our ground IV today. There she is in the black jacket sitting down mid-screen. This is a similar role to a Capcom, communicating from the ground to the astronauts.
Airlock on one. We're putting on the final touches here, putting them into the airlock. And can you confirm again that they are not yet hot mic?
Good morning, increment 68. This is Drew on console with Zena. We can confirm the crew is not hot mic'd yet, and looking forward to working with you guys today.
Sounds great. Looking forward to working with you guys as well, and you'll be hearing from these guys as soon as you do make them hot mic.
So that was Josh Cassada confirming that we're not able to hear the spacewalkers right now. They've not yet turned on these microphones. It's one of the steps in their procedures. Haven't accomplished it quite yet, but they're moving down the checklist. And NASA astronaut Zena Cardman is who will be communicating with our spacewalkers out on their spacewalk today outside of the International Space Station. So while we wait for depressurization to begin, let's talk a little bit about the IROSAs. These are roll-out solar arrays, ISS, RO, roll-out, and SA, solar array, IROSA. They're attached to support structures and are unfurled the same way you'd roll out a rug. They're not designed to replace the space station's legacy arrays, but rather to add power to the legacy arrays that they already provide. They are unraveled over the top of the station's rigid legacy arrays, and even though they're partially blocking these legacy arrays from the sun, the IROSAs are so efficient that it actually results in more power generation for the station. So the space station has 8 power channels. I'm going to list them for you here. They're 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, and 4A and 4B. So 4 of the 8 power channels already have the IROSAs, roll-out solar arrays, already installed. But every IROSA needs to be paired with a support structure with a mounting bracket on it so that it can be properly installed to the space station. During the January 20th spacewalk, Wakata and Mann installed the mounting bracket on the 1B power channel. You see that on the left of your screen. They moved on to work on the 1A channel, but ran into some difficulty during the installation. Teams here on the ground have communicated some possible solutions, some troubleshooting items with our spacewalkers, and they're heading out the door today to give them a try and finish the installation. Remember, no solar arrays are being installed today. We're just getting the hardware in place so that they can be installed in the future. So to recap, 4 power channels are completed with support structures and solar arrays. They're done. A 5th support structure was completed earlier this month, and today our spacewalkers are installing the 6th. And in the future, these 2 structures will have solar arrays on them too. And NASA astronaut Josh Cassada in the red flannel shirt has just exited the crew lock, having situated our spacewalkers today, and has moved back over to the equipment lock. He and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, on the left of your screen there, are going through a list of procedures to get these spacewalkers ready for depressurization. It has not begun yet, but we expect it pretty soon. You're not hearing anything right now, and that's pretty normal. Our spacewalkers have not yet turned on their microphones into a configuration that will be able to hear them, but we should be able to hear their voices, as well as the voices of our suit IVs, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, pretty shortly. And the hatch is now closed. Our spacewalkers are on the other side of the door with that window there. Right now, the crew lock and the equipment lock are roughly the same PSI. A space station is kept around 14.7, or what you'd experience around sea level here on Earth. That's what your body would experience. Once depressurization begins, they're going to slowly bring the crew lock, so the other side of the door, down to vacuum. They're going to slowly decrease the pressure, and then they're going to stop when it hits about 5 psi to do a check on the spacesuits, make sure that there's no leaks and everything's in a good configuration. And with the go here in mission control, they're going to continue on to go down to vacuum.
Houston Station on 1 for EMU pre-brief, step 76 and 77 are complete.
Airlock Houston copies. We've got 78 in work. You guys will be picking up in step 80.
Okay, and
Drew, if you guys can also take 79 and 80.1 and just let us know when the crew is hot mic'd.
Yeah, we got that in work as well, and so in short order, crew will be hot mic'd.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, copy that. Thank you.
And crew lock, Houston, you are hot mic.
One copies. You need 2 copies.
And we just heard the voices of our spacewalkers today for the first time. NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, our EV1, as she just referred to herself, and EV2 Koichi Wakata.
Okay, Koichi, check. Switch, deepest pump power off, OFS.
Verify the deepest pump power OFS.
By deepest pump enable LED on, ON.
Verified on.
Houston looking for your go for step 84.
Stand by on step 84.
Copy, stand by.
Airlock Houston, team's ready here. Your go to start working the deep rescue card. We got 2 minutes to handover.
Okay, copy, go, and understand 3 minutes to handover. Thanks, Drew. Okay, guys, we are going to get started on the crew lock deep plus required. Koichi, first step is for you. On the UI are on.
Deepest pump power is on now.
Copy, on. Oh, wait. Koichi, so open. EV, expect to open.
Hey, deepest pump manual ISO valve open.
And for both of you, pursue pressure gauge, and then it remains below 5.5.
You're hearing NASA astronaut Frank Rubio communicating with our spacewalkers Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata, who are just on the other side of the door with the window right there. Depressurization has begun with a go for Mission Control Houston.
All right, guys, we are depressing down to 5.0. When we hit 6.0, you can both expect an alert tone.
AV1 copies. AV2 copies.
So as depressurization is underway aboard the International Space Station, we're in a brief handover of our communication satellites. We expect to get our live views back shortly. Meanwhile, let me talk about some key figures here in the room. NASA astronaut Zena Cardman is our ground IV today. This is a similar role to Capcom, but she'll specifically be talking to the astronauts outside of the space station. She joined our astronaut corps in 2017. Another key member here in Mission Control is our Spacewalk officer, Keith Johnson. He knows the ins and outs of the spacewalk, all of the steps that the crew needs to complete, and he consults with his team throughout the spacewalk and any real-time decisions that need to be made. We're back with our live views of the International Space Station. The crew lock is just above 10 psi, making its way down to 5. This depressurization process can take some time. So while that happens, we're going to do a little rundown of today's tasks. Right out the starting gate, they'll turn on their HECAs, which are high-definition cameras. Sometimes we'll be able to see views from their point of view. They'll grab all of their supplies and tools that they need and make their way over to the work site on the 1A power channel to set up shop. Here at the 1A work site, they'll find most of a completed support structure that looks like a pyramid. They built this during their last spacewalk earlier this month. It's almost complete. The sounds that you're hearing now from your screen is normal and is part of the depressurization process. That just means everything's underway. Once our spacewalkers are at their 1A power channel work site today, they'll be at this support structure that they've built during their last spacewalk. Then they're going to do some troubleshooting on the parts of the structure that gave them some trouble during the last installation and finish up their work. Then we'll move on to some other tasks to help our spacewalkers in the future. Nicole Mann will route some cables needed when the solar arrays are installed. She won't plug them in, but she'll follow a path to get the cables to where they need to go. And while Nicole Mann routes these cables, Koichi Wakata will swap out a sticky portable foot restraint for a smoother one. And Nicole Mann will join him at the end of this task, also relocating a portable foot restraint just to bring it closer for future spacewalks. The pressure in the suit lock has reached 6 psi, slowly going down to 5, at which point they'll do a leak check on the spacesuits, and then proceed down to vacuum.
All right, guys, we're coming up on 5 psi. Koichi, the next section will be for you.
Okay.
All right, Koichi, depress pump man ISO valve closed. You can both expect an alert on.
Okay, depress pump manual ISO valve closed.
Okay, next you're both going to be performing a leak check. So switch display, you're going to go to status until you see leak check question mark displayed, and then you'll have a long yes to select.
EV2's in the leak check. Correction, EV1.
EV2's in leak check.
Okay, let's have leak check selected and just follow the displayed instructions. Let me know when you're complete.
O2 leak check complete.
EV1, leak check complete. O2 actuator
Okay,
in
I copy both. Leak check complete for both of you. Check. O2 actuator, EVA.
In work.
In work.
EV1, O2 actuator, EVA.
Copy 2.
EV2, O2 actuator in EVA.
Copy, Koichi. Koichi, depress pump, man ISO valve, open. You can both expect an alert zone.
Depress pump, manual ISO valve open.
Okay, and I will open the emergency EMPA. Okay, emergency EMPA is open. You can both monitor your suit pressure gauge. Make sure you remain below 5.5.
EV1.
EV2 copy.
And from here, we'll be depressing to 2.0 before our next action.
So the crew lock, which is just behind the door with the window there, started out at 14.7 psi, same as the rest of the International Space Station. It has gone down to 5 psi, where we went through a expected pause in the depressurization to check for leaks. Seeing none, we've continued on with the depressurization, and the psi sits at about 4, going down to vacuum. If you're just joining us this morning, we're in live coverage of a spacewalk. They have not made it out the door yet, but are expected to soon. What you're seeing on your screen now is not actually our spacewalkers. These are NASA astronauts Frank Rubio on the right and Josh Cassada on the left, looking into the window there. Just on the other side of the door are our spacewalkers donned in their spacesuits. They're getting ready to go out the door after the pressure has gone down to vacuum. The spacewalk has not officially started yet, but after it does, and our spacewalkers have gone out of the hatch, they plan to make their way over to the 1A work site, where they're going to finish up construction of a support structure that will one day house a IROSA, or ISS Roll-Out Solar Array.
Okay, guys, we're coming up on 2 PSI. Koichi, the next action will be for you.
Copy.
Koichi, depress pump, man ISO valve closed.
Depress pump, manual ISO valve closed.
Copy. Koichi on the UIA, switch depress pump power off, OFF.
Depress pump power OFF.
Okay, and with that, I will turn you over to Zena for your initial tether config. Godspeed, you guys are going to crush it.
Awesome. Thank you, Frank and Josh.
Thank you, Josh. You guys are awesome.
Hello, EV1 and EV2. Your ground IV and the whole ground team are here, ready for your tether checks.
Okay, Zena. Starting with EV1, let's start with my left waist tether is attached to my left D-ring extender, gates closed, sliders locked, black on black. My safety tether is connected to my right D-ring extender. Red hook is closed. Sliders locked, black on black. Yellow hook is attached to the green reel. Gates closed, sliders locked, black on black. Green hook is attached to the red reel. Gates closed and it is unlocked. Both my reels are unlocked. And I have my anchor to my mini workstation. My right waist tether is connected to my right D-ring extender. Gates closed, sliders locked, black on black. And Koichi, do you have eyes on your anchor hook to my waist tether?
Yes, my anchor hook is attached to your right waist tether of both hooks. Gate closed, hook locked, black on black. Okay, EV2, my left waist tether is attached to the tail of steering extender, gate closed, hook locked, black on black. The small hook of my left waist tether is attached to my left steering extender, gate closed, hook locked, black on black. My red hook is attached to my left steering extender, gate closed, hook locked, black on black. Yellow hook is attached to the green reel, gate closed, hook locked, black on black. Green hook is attached to the red reel, gate closed, hook is unlocked. And then the anchor hook is attached to, as I reported, to Duke's right waist tether. On my right side, right waist tether, small hook is attached to my right steering extender, gate closed, hook locked, black on black. Report complete.
Copy all, Koichi. If I could just check that your reels are both unlocked.
Okay, both reels are unlocked on EV2.
Copy all, EV1 and EV2. That's a good config for both of you. All right, continuing along with our depress here. When the crew lock DPDT is approximately 0, you can both expect an alert tone.
Do one copy.
Good copy.
You just heard the voice of our ground IV NASA astronaut Zena Cardman communicating with our spacewalkers. You'll be hearing her voice a lot more as our spacewalkers get out the door today. They just went through the configuration of their hooks and tethers. It's very essential to stay attached to the International Space Station while they're maneuvering all around to their different work sites, retrieving the portable foot restraints that are in their tasks today. Moving out to the 1A work site, it's important that they get all of their hooks configured, not tangled, and in a way that they're able to move freely. And so that's what our ground IV Zena Cardman was going through with them, and it looks like everything is in a good configuration. Depressurization is still underway in the crew lock. We're sitting at about 1 psi going down to vacuum. Doesn't exactly have to be 0.0, but they are going down maybe around 0.5 or so. In the meantime, let's introduce our spacewalkers today. NASA astronaut Nicole Mann is our EV1 in the suit with the red stripes. You may hear her referred to as Duke. And we have Koichi Wakata from Japan. This is his second spacewalk, same as Nicole Mann. They both went on a spacewalk on January 20th to begin the installation on this mod kit, so to speak. It's what the future solar arrays are going to sit on. So this is their second spacewalk, continuing that tasks. Their first one lasted 7 hours and 21 minutes. And this spacewalk is the 259th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the 6th spacewalk of Expedition 68. We expect depressurization to be done in less than 10 minutes, going from the original pressure of the International Space Station, 14.7, down to 5 when they did their suit check, make sure that there's not any leaks in there. It went pretty quickly, but when we're going from 5 down to vacuum, the process is a little bit more deliberate, more careful. We want to make sure our spacewalkers are healthy and ready for their spacewalk, so we do move a little slower. The crew lock is about 0.8 psi going down to vacuum. We expect NASA astronaut Nicole Mann to be the first out the door today. She'll be followed shortly after by Koichi Wakata, but before Koichi Wakata fully egresses or exits the airlock, he'll be handing some equipment to Nicole Mann that they'll need on today's spacewalk. This includes the mid-strut. Remember that they've already completed most of the structure that they're building today, but they didn't complete the mid-strut. They didn't complete the mid-strut, so they're taking that out with them to their work site. So Wakata will hand Mann the mid-strut. He'll also hand her over a cable bag that they might need later in the spacewalk. and then he himself will egress or exit the space station. We're getting close to a PSI of 0.5, which means you'll begin to hear some chatter from our suit IVs that you see on screen there. NASA astronaut Josh Cassada on the left, and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio on the right with more instructions for our spacewalkers. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio there, patiently waiting as the pressure gets down to 0.5 psi, demonstrating the effects of living in microgravity.
crew, we are less than 0.5 psi. You are go to open the EV hatch and stow.
In work.
Mission Control has given the go to open the hatch.
Push your feet down.
Yeah, feet down would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Feet down, yep.
And with the go from Mission Control, our spacewalkers have released a valve that opens up the outer thermal cover.
Okay. Come up a little bit. Yeah, I'm also rolled.
Shortly after this thermal cover is popped open, then the hatch itself, the actual door they egress out of, will open.
I'm going to come down so I can get it latched here.
Okay.
Let's see, can you let go of feet? I'm going to come my feet
Okay.
back.
I let go of your feet.
Okay, the hatch is open and in the hatch key.
Okay, we copy hatches open, and Josh and Frank, you can take the emergency MPEV closed.
Emergency MPEV closed.
Copy, Frank. Okay, crew, on your DCM, switch power to BAT, stagger your switch throws, expect a warning tone.
In work?
Sorry, ED2 battery.
Are you already there, Kawiki?
Yeah, sorry, I flipped it.
Okay, no worries. I'm going next.
Okay.
One battery.
Copy, both in battery. Switch your display to Pro to verify a functional display.
EV1 has a good display.
ED2 has a good display.
Great news. On the UIA, switch power for EV1 and 2 off.
UIA or ED1 and ED2 both off. All LEDs are off.
Copy, 4 LEDs are off. Disconnect SCU from DCM.
Work.
It worked.
And you heard our ground IV today, NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, here in Mission Control with us, talking to our spacewalkers just on the other side of the door that you see there with the window, walking them through some of their procedures before they get out the door, one of them being turning their spacesuits onto battery power, which marks the official start of the spacewalk. And both spacesuits have been switched to battery power.
Okay, so EV1, SCU is disconnected, throw it in the pouch, and the Velcro is tight.
Copy, EV1. You can also install your DCM cover.
The DCM cover is installed for EV1.
is disconnected and stowed in the pouch, and the DCM cover is attached.
Okay, copy. You both have your SEUs stowed with DCM covers installed. Check depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Depress pump manual ISO valve is closed.
Take your TCV max hot.
North.
In work.
And now that our spacewalkers have turned their suits onto battery power, we have an official spacewalk start time of 6:45 a.m. Central Time, 7:45 a.m. Eastern. This spacewalk is expected to last up to 7 hours to complete installation of a mounting bracket that will one day house an IROSA, or ISS Roll-Out Solar Array, in support of giving the space station a power upgrade.
Max hot for EV1.
EV2 max hot.
Copy max hot. Switch water on.
Water's on for EV1.
Water on.
Copy water on for you both. Check your DCM is blank and bite is off.
DCM blank, bite off, EV1.
DCM blank and bite off EV2.
Okay, take your TCV, set as desired. Reminder, report to MCC all subsequent TCV changes.
EV1 in work.
EV2 in work.
EV1 TCV 5.
EV2 TCV 7.
Copy 5 and 7. Okay, report your soup P gauge to MCC.
Soup P gauge for EV1 4.2.
EV2 4.3.
Copy 4.2 and 4.3. Set your visors as required. You'll be coming out into a day pass.
Copy, day pass, visors down.
Visors down, EV2.
As our ground IV NASA astronaut Zena Cardman just relayed up to our spacewalkers, the International Space Station is in an orbital daytime. Space station is currently over the South Pacific Ocean, and it's nice and lit as our spacewalkers get out the door today.
Okay, with that, EV1, you are ready to open the hatch thermal cover. Release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring, attach the hook to the stowage tether point, and cinch the strap until it's snug with 6 lines visible.
Short.
Our spacewalkers have completed steps with our ground IV that they have to do after depressurization. And NASA astronaut Nicole Mann is opening the thermal hatch cover as part of her responsibilities as EV1 today. You can see the motion in the dead center of your screen.
Okay, the thermal cover, both is temp stowed and 6 lines are visible.
Copy, Duke. You are go to open that thermal cover, egress the airlock, and turn on your HECA.
Okay, thermal cover is open and I'm egressing.
The hatch is open, and with the go from Mission Control Houston, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, our EV-1, is egressing or exiting the airlock to begin her second spacewalk that began at 6:45 a.m. Central Time.
Okay, EV-1 is out of the airlock.
Great work, Duke. You can turn on your HECA. Koichi, you'll get the mid-strut ready to transfer to EV-1.
Okay, HECA's on for EV-1.
Okay, you need the copies, and Duke, can you see the strut?
I can, stand by.
Okay.
NASA astronaut Nicole Mann has exited the airlock. You can see her on your screen in the suit with the red stripes around her thighs.
Let me get my BRT red on.
Okay.
Koichi Wakata is going to now hand her some equipment that they'll need during the course of their spacewalk. You might hear some chatter about turning on their HECAs. This is one of the steps in their procedures. We may occasionally get views from their point of view. Nicole Mann's helmet camera would be listed as number 22. You might see that number burned into some of the screens. That means we're looking at her point of view.
Okay.
Koichi Wakata's helmet camera number 20.
Control, okay.
I have my BRT red to the mid-strut. I'm releasing the airlock red.
Okay.
It's coming back to you.
Okay, copy that. I see that.
We're in a brief handover here in Mission Control, but we expect to get our live views of our spacewalkers back soon.
Your next steps, once you've got that red
Let me just get this on
stowed,
my BRT.
will be to transfer the cable bag to EV-1.
Stowed.
Stand by, Koichi.
Okay.
So while we were in that handover, NASA astronaut Koichi Wakata just handed Nicole Mann what she's holding there. That's the mid-strut that they'll need to install later today. He's in the process of handing her a cable bag that they'll be using towards the end of the spacewalk now. She noted that she'll be stowing the mid-strut on her BRT. That's what she's working on. That refers to the body restraint tether. Like we talked about earlier, they've got a number of tethers and hooks to attach themselves and their equipment to the space station so it doesn't float away.
Okay. Ready to grab the cable bag?
Let me get one tight in here. Okay, Koichi, yes, I'm ready for the cable bag.
Okay, here comes the cable bag.
Okay, I see it. Control.
Stand by.
the threat down to the airlock.
Okay, so can I release the
You
red
can
here?
release the
Okay.
airlock red.
Okay, I'm releasing the reds from the cable bag. Okay, cable bag that is released. Okay, with that, Dina can EV2 also.
From Koichi, you can egress the airlock, turn on your HECA, and receive that cable bag from Duke.
Koichi Wakata has successfully handed both the mid-strut and the cable bag over to Nicole Mann. He's set to egress or exit the International Space Station and take that cable bag back from Nicole Mann as soon as he's out. We're not actually installing these cables today on today's spacewalk, but rather these are some get-ahead tasks that they can do to help future spacewalkers get the cables where they need to go without actually plugging them in, making sure they're not tangled and out of the way.
Okay, umbilical is still attached, and it's it looks like umbilical is
The routing, okay?
let me check that. Looks like umbilical is routed around. Looks like the umbilical is routed around the safety tether. So let me detach the adjustable of the umbilical
And
then
heads up for Koichi.
clear the safety tether.
Koichi, there is a small ret floating free in the airlock. And Koichi, it's IV hatch zenith if you get eyes on.
IV has Venus. Yeah, I see it. Dina, can you tell where this came from?
Checking.
Looks like I have all the tethers with me.
I have my two reds with me as well.
Okay, copy. As long as you both have your BRT rets and all of your expected rets on your mini workstation, Koichi, you can secure that ret in the airlock. If you prefer, you can also take it out with you.
Okay, unless there's a need for that, I will stow this in the airlock.
Koichi, we recommend actually bringing it with you if you want to attach it to your mini workstation or to a bag.
Okay. Okay, that's complete. And then I'm going to clear the umbilical.
NASA astronaut Nicole Mann is there in the upper middle of your screen in the spacesuit with the red stripes. She's carrying some equipment with her. Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata is still in the airlock, working his way on getting all of the equipment that he needs and working on egressing or exiting the airlock.
Okay, umbilical is now clear.
Great job, Koichi. And just let us know if you're grabbing that red and taking it with you.
Yes, I'm not taking the red with me. And I reattach the seal pouch onto the airlock. So, tether is in a good config.
Okay, copy. And did you just stash the red on your mini workstation?
Yes, it's on my mini workstation.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Okay, no problem coming out. Okay, I'm still attached. My left is there. Okay. I got it, thank you.
We're getting a view of the spacewalk from NASA astronaut Nicole Mann's point of view as Koichi Wakata exits the airlock. Starting to get some Earth views as well from her point of view. The International Space Station is flying over Chile at the moment.
I am headed to the cable bag. And then via key, the jaws closed, the paddles are out. I'm going to turn on the Heka light now. Heka. I see Heka green LED on now. Okay, so yeah, you can let go, or yeah, check it.
Release the bag.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Release.
Thank you.
Koichi Wakata now receiving the cable bag. He had initially handed it to Nicole Mann just to egress,
great.
and is now taking it back.
Good config outside the airlock. Koichi will get your Heka turned on. I think you did already. And then we'll take buddy checks.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, Koichi, I've got 2 green lights for you. I see your helmet lights on. I've got 1, 2, and can I see your right? I'm trying to see your right tab. I might flip your camera up a little bit.
Can you see it?
Okay, I got 1, 2, 3 tabs up, yes. Spacebar handle. Your left one is down. Your right one, can you move your PGT out? That one looks like it's up a little bit if you push down on your right paper handle.
It's fully down. Could you verify?
Yep, let me look. Yes, okay, both your paper handles are down.
Okay.
I see the bag on your BRT, and I see all of the tethers in front of us. They look good.
Okay, I'll check yours. So I see Becker LED is on, WVS LED is on, the workstation tabs up, BRT tab is up. I see your left, right safer handle, and then B. Left and right, both safer handles are down. Weather is good, and then I see the mid strut, and it's good.
Okay.
Copy you both. That's a good check. We'll take a baseline hap as well.
Okay, I got a dry baseline hap for EV1.
EV2 has the same dry baseline hap.
And stand by for you both. We may have you just check Koichi's safer handle door. Check that the door did not actually come open.
Okay. But the door is closed on his safer. Let me know if you need if you have a good view in the hacker.
Okay, Duke and Koichi, we copy that. We trust your eyes on. And with that, Duke, you can translate to the anchor location. That's at the S1, S3 interface just below the starboard seated cart. As you start translating, just a couple cautions. Avoid contact with radiators and flex hoses, and don't contact the TUS cables.
Hey, you doing copies? I'm headed out.
And after completing their buddy checks, they are off onto their work sites. During these buddy checks, Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann checked out their counterparts, made sure that the green lights were on their cameras, as well as some others. They also checked out their safer handles. Remember safer we talked about earlier in the coverage, safer being the simplified aid for EVA rescue. That's these backpacks they're wearing on their backs.
Copy, Duke. And Koichi,
in the unlikely event that they're separated from the space station, these safers can get them back.
Okay, copy that.
In the unlikely event that they do get separated from the space station, there's a button that deploys handles that control these safers. And it's easy to accidentally push this button, so they were just discussing and making sure that these handles are in fact down on both spacewalkers. And we confirmed that they are, and so now they're off to their work site.
And Koichi, if you could also tend the hatch thermal cover closed, that would help us a lot.
Yeah, it worked.
Okay, we think I'm putting a 4-man spray leader at the top of the Beta spur.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dick.
You're getting the point of view of Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata as he works to close the thermal hatch cover. Meanwhile, Nicole Mann is off to her work site. You may have heard them discuss the S1, S3. In terms of orientation of the space station, this refers to the starboard side. Of course, in space, it's tricky to find your way around, so they do use starboard and port, just like on a ship.
Not at starboard. You know, what's my mile marker?
Checking on that mile marker, Duke. It'll be right at the S1, S3 interface. I'll get you a mile marker.
Okay.
So S1 is pretty close to the center of the space station, and when you get more towards the outer edges, they refer to that as the S6.
And Duke, looks like 5760 or so for the mile marker.
This is the point of view of NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata is still at the airlock, but he'll join her shortly.
Copy, Duke. You'll attach your EV1 anchor hook to S1 handrail 3217.
North.
And that's the smaller diagonal one.
Okay, I see 3217. EV1 anchor hook is attached to 3217. Gates closed, floaters locked, black on black.
Copy, Duke. You can now attach Koichi's EV2 anchor hook to S3 handrail 3011. That's the slightly longer vertical handrail.
Copy.
Now that both spacewalkers are outside of the hatch, they're working on setting up their work sites, Nicole Mann, making her way over and setting up some anchor hooks. You may hear about these anchor hooks throughout our coverage. It has to do with moving around the space station and configuring your tethers.
Anchor.
You could kind of think of it sort of like rock wall climbing. If you're familiar, you have your anchor right at the top and you have your rope supporting you. You're free to move left, right, up, and down, but your anchor hook stays the same. Part of their task today is to relocate some of these anchor hooks a little later.
V2's anchor is connected to 3011. Gates closed, sliders locked, black on black.
Copy, Duke. And standby crew, Koichi, we're seeing your safer doors actually popping open. We'll get words to you in just a moment. Okay, crew. We actually recommend that Duke head back to the airlock to help Koichi with that safer door. You can leave the anchor hooks where they are, and Duke, head back to the airlock.
Okay, EV1 copy.
Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata here at the airlock, the center of your screen, working on closing the hatch.
Is it partially open or is it deployed?
Just the door is partially open, and so I think if we have Duke translate back to you to help get that door closed again, that'll be better than having us possibly have that become even more open and actually deploy the safer.
Okay, that sounds good.
Stand by to that, Koichi.
Okay. It looks like the sail lead is
like a house.
right.
Yeah.
Right. Actually, what's down on the cedar sport, right?
At the very top of it, like right below that cedar cart.
Oh, okay.
That's where I put it.
Back to the point of view of NASA astronaut Nicole Mann.
Okay.
She's heading back to Koichi Wakata, who is at the airlock working on closing the hatch door. Part of Koichi Wakata's safer unit, that backpack that he wears on his back, is popped open. It's really difficult to reach behind you in these spacesuits, so Nicole Mann is making her way back to help him pop that back into place.
And Koichi, while you're there, you can release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender and close that thermal cover.
Copy that, teamwork. Okay, my left waist tether is that's from the airlock D-ring extender, and the thermal cover is now closed.
Okay, copy.
Okay, Koichi, it looks like that safety tether did not hold at the top of the chute of spur. It is clear of me now, though. It is station starboard.
Okay.
Coming down the chute of spur, Koichi.
Okay.
Nicole Mann now re-entering your frame on the left side of the screen. She is now with Koichi Wakata at the airlock.
Orientation. For you to access the safer door.
Let me take a look here.
Hey, Duke, your feet are caught on Koichi's safety tether. Just watch out there. They're currently behind your calves.
Okay, now it's clear.
Okay. And I think I'll stay here, like
Nice
coming
work.
down lower. Since...
Okay.
Let me get a logo down, Koichi, and then I'll have you get in a good position.
Okay.
I'm going to go over here.
And just some words for you guys as you're getting set up. A reminder, there's a pin for that safer handled door, the safer door that's going to have to go back into a hole. And so I would recommend that, Duke, you hold the door closed, pull up slightly on that safer handle, and then fully close the door and try to reseat the handle in order to get that handle back in the pin.
Okay. Koichi, can you go on your back more? Just if your hips a little more towards me. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
The safer unit is in the center of your screen there, so you see the American flag, NASA logo. Behind it, we have the safer unit that's not designed for use during the spacewalk, but in the unlikely event that they get untethered, they can use this device to get them back to the space station. Koichi Wakata's is being a little sticky, so Nicole Mann is assisting get it into the right configuration.
Okay, yeah, it was like the tiniest bit out. It pushed it, pulled out, but then down, and I felt it click in, and now it looks totally flush.
Nicole Mann's point of view now.
Guys. We're checking in your HECA views. Sounds like a good config. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Duke.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I see your safety tether is good config and mine is
Okay, is my safety tether going in front of my right?
in front of your right.
Okay, perfect. And yours will keep it off to my right.
Right. Okay.
All right, Dina, am I good to head back out?
Affirm, Duke, you can head back out, and then Koichi, since your anchor hooks are all set up out there, you can follow Duke. Just keep a little bit of distance, try to deconflict those safety tethers.
Copy that.
Yeah, that's the wait till I get past our anchors. Or I don't know, as long as you can keep an eye on it, Koichi.
Okay. See that.
All right, Koichi, I'm going up the Cedar floor.
Okay, I'll follow you.
And with that, both of our spacewalkers are out on their way to the work site. This work site being the 1A power channel on the International Space Station, where they're completing their work installing a support structure, a mod kit, if you will.
Okay, I'm coming up on the Cedar floor now. I see you face each other.
Okay, pause right there, Koichi. Let me just get past you here.
Okay, I park here.
This work site that they're heading out to, they'll find...
One, head to starboard, you're clear.
Okay, yep.
Out at their work site at the 1A power channel, they'll find a structure kind of similar to a pyramid that one day the IROSA's rollout solar arrays will rest on. They're almost completed with it, but not quite done. What you're seeing on your screen now is a visual of the mod kit that they're finishing up today. It's made up of 6 struts and 1 mounting bracket where the solar array will go. That's in the blue. Of course, the real thing's not colorful like our graphic here, but for the sake of explaining, check out the pink upper triangle and the blue mounting bracket. These are already complete.
Your S4 work site.
On the bottom, in the gray, you'll see the lower strut. It's installed, but it needs the lower bolt on the left lower strut to be checked out. They'll need to troubleshoot on that bottom bolt to finish the job. And then the orange line in the center of the graphic is the mid-strut. And today they'll need to completely install the mid-strut, and that's what Nicole Mann is carrying with her. While troubleshooting this lower strut, they'll need to make sure that there's no gap between the strut and the physical bearing. They'll essentially want to confirm that the 2 pieces they've connected are flush and not angled with an uneven gap. They'll also do a wiggle test on the same piece of hardware to make sure that the bearing moves with the strut. They want to see that the bolt and the bolt canister can move together, that the bearing and the strut move together.
Outboard on the non-radiator side of the IEA.
Okay. I am headed outboard.
Could you see that at the anchor point of the safety tether?
Okay, I should be clear of you, Queechy.
Okay, I see your safety tether, so it's clear. I'm going to continue to translate.
Okay, just be aware, since I'm on this side, it goes a little bit zenith, like a little above your head, so just keep an eye on it.
Roger that, I see that.
Great deconfliction, guys.
And I've seen my gauntlets are in place.
Copy, Koichi, gauntlets in place. And as you translate outboard, also please don't translate on the radiator base handrail. And Koichi,
I have a local down, and I'm going to touch still the mid-strut.
Copy, Duke. You'll be looking for S4 handrail 2231. Koichi, we recommend fair leading at S4 handrail 2213.
S4 2213, copy.
And that's after you cross over to the radiator side. And then once you're on the radiator side, you'll be heading outboard to the keel pin.
Okay. Safety tether is here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cross on the neighbor side, right, Zena?
So you're going to be on top of my safety tether.
Right.
Yeah, and that's correct,
So
Koichi. You're heading more or less nadir.
Roger that.
Over to the radiator side.
Yeah, safety tether is across. Yeah, okay, copy that.
So I want to take a minute to go over some of the directional cues that you might be hearing.
On 2214.
Copy. Fair lead on 2214. That's looking good. We've got a great view in your Hecka.
Okay, great.
So if you hear an S or a P, we're going to be talking a lot about the S today. It's the starboard side of the space station. It's paired with a number, S1 being very close to the center of the space station, S6 being as far out as you can go. We're also hearing the words like inboard and outboard. Inboard means you're moving towards the center of the space station, and our ground IV, Zena Cardman, has told them to go outboard, meaning more towards the outer edge of the space station.
Okay, I'm at the port side, the handrail 2235.
Okay, copy. 2235 is exactly where you'll be stowing that cable bag.
Okay.
Reminder, you'll want that handrail toward the non-radiator side.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got the mid-strut and adjustable down to handrail 2231.
Perfect.
My BRT red.
Copy. And once you're done with that, we'll have you get in position near the lower strut.
Copy.
Duke, once you're happy with that mid-strut, we'll have you head over to the lower strut and actually get your eyes on. We'll take a wiggle and gap check from you. We've got a couple seconds to do a handover here.
Copy. You want me to stay on the right strut, though, right?
So we'd actually like you to just head to the left side, since we've got Koichi stowing that cable bag. Yeah, we're coming up on a sunset.
Okay, cable bag is stowed at the altitude 35.
We're in a brief handover period now. The space station in orbital daytime as it flies over Ukraine, nearing an orbital nighttime. So for this reason, our ground IV and spacewalking group here on the ground in mission control that you're seeing now have asked Nicole Mann to take a look at the lower strut. Remember, we're talking about two different components that they have left to install of this structure. They want to check out the lower strut
that cable bag
and totally install the mid-strut.
So head out to the left lower strut.
NASA astronaut Nicole Mann has stowed the mid-strut, and now she's working on inspecting the lower
strut. We want
strut.
to get both of your eyes on and get those wiggle and gap checks done as soon as possible. So we'll have you both heading over to the left lower.
I believe I'm just going to go outboard of the APFR.
Copy, Duke. I like that plan. We'll leave the deconfliction up to your eyes.
Okay. Okay.
You've got a view of the ladies in charge of the room here. In the middle of your screen in the black blazer and the darker hair is Chloe Mering, our flight director today. And the woman just to her right is, with the blonde hair and the black blazer, that is NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, and you are hearing her voice communicating the plans of our spacewalking team here in Mission Control relayed to the crew through Zena Cardman. We're back with our live views now. NASA astronaut Nicole Mann is going to get started checking out the lower strut that they're working on, doing a couple of tests while we're in an orbital daytime.
Okay, I'm at the lower strut M21 area.
Okay, I'm here as well. Hopefully you have a good HECA here.
That's perfect. We'll be following along in your HECAs. Just a couple quick cautions. No sudden movements on the mast canister and no big lateral loads. Maximum load is 50 pounds. Avoid cyclic loading and don't impart forces into the mod kit until we've got those collar bolts tightened.
Pull that MRI back a little more, please, so I can get better eyes on the bolt.
Okay, and I'm going to peel off. Okay, I see about that. Okay. Do you have a good HECA view, Zena? I don't see a gap between the strut and then the spherical bearing. Strut, the spherical bearing does not have any gap.
Okay, we copy. A good gap check.
You have a good HECA view.
We're
okay. You see that
taking
view?
a look now. Yeah. Give us just a couple of moments to analyze.
Okay.
All right, Koichi, we are definitely happy with that gap check. We'll have you also perform a wiggle test.
Copy that, teamwork.
Perfect. And just a reminder, we're looking for, if they move, that the bolt and bolt canister move together, and if they move, that the bearing and strut move together.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see any movement from here.
I didn't see that either. Let me push it. just a little bit, and then the bolt head and the canister bolt can move together, and then strut and the circle bearing move together.
I see that movement.
We copy all, Koichi.
Dana?
We do see that. That sounds like a good check for us. We're just verifying with all of the interested parties.
Okay.
So some good news here in Mission Control. Our spacewalkers performed both a gap check and a wiggle check. The gap check making sure that the items that they've installed lay flush and are not angled in any way, misaligned. They've also done the wiggle test to confirm that the bolt and the bolt canister and the bearing and the strut move together. We had troubleshooting options that the team has worked on this week in the event that either the gap or the wiggle check, one or the other didn't work, but according to our spacewalkers, both the gap and the wiggle tests are good. The strut is fully installed.
Copy, Duke.
I'm going to install the NLI cover and then give you the report.
No problem, Koichi.
Can I work to get this strut back on my BRT?
And Duke A-firm, you can get the mid-strut and put it on your BRT.
So this is some good news. The lower strut is installed and installed properly. However, the work is not entirely done on it. In order to get to this bolt that they had the questions on, they had to take off some multi-layer insulation, and now they're just going to work to put that back on. This, of course, protects the hardware from the rough environment of space.
A big picture update for you both for your essay. We are currently 30 minutes ahead of the timeline, so amazing work there. And our limiting consumables with MEDOX put us at a PET of about 725.
Copy, good news.
Copy that. Yes, does it look good to you, this NLI? From this side, it looks like it's covering the lower strut. Is this side already covered?
Yeah, that side is not covered.
Right.
I don't know if it'll fold, if it folds out a little bit. Here you go. Yeah, just one more little fold. Just that corner that your finger's on now.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah. Okay. Now that covers it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Is it still covered?
Yeah, that looks very
good.
Okay,
great. Okay. And Zena, are you happy with the NLI here on the lower strut at N21?
We are indeed. We're happy with that MOI on M21, and we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
Okay, glove is good, and happy space flight.
Copy, Koichi. And check that your gauntlets are down as well.
Gauntlets are still down.
And the first task of the day is now complete already. The spacewalk began at 6:45 a.m. Central Time. They headed out to their work site on the 1A power channel, where they found this support structure. They had built it during their previous EVA earlier this month, but they still had a couple of items left on their to-do list, including checking out one of the bolts on this lower strut. They did 2 tests on it, a gap check and a wiggle check, and right on the first try, both of them were successful. So now they're moving on to their next task, which is completely installing the mid-strut. So if you'll remember, they had already begun work on the lower strut, and they just needed to do one more evaluation. But they do need to completely install the mid-strut. That's what they're working on now.
Release the adjustable and start edit to the APFR.
Perfect, Duke. You can head to the APFR. You'll extend the ingress aid and ingress the APFR.
So you just heard Zena Cardman let our spacewalker here in the red suit, the suit with the red stripes, Nicole Mann's ingress, the APFR.
Good news, EV2. You can head to the cable bag, and you'll grab the TBA bag from that cable bag, stow it on your mini workstation, and then translate to the left side pad install.
So what exactly is this APFR? Well, it stands for Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. It's essentially a foothold that can be installed at a workstation. You can imagine that working in microgravity, it can be difficult not to float around while you're working with your tools. And the foot restraint holds keep the spacewalker in place. It really frees up their hands as well.
If you'll remind me to grab it off before I hand it to Koichi.
Sometimes a foot restraint is installed to the end of the robotic arm, and the astronaut can be driven around to different work sites, sometimes carrying bulky items. The robotic arm won't be used in today's spacewalk, but they'll use foot restraints in this area that were already set up for them at their work site earlier this month.
Have a local to the ingress aid.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, Duke, shall I forego the GoPro?
If you want to put it on the handrail right there, you can.
Okay, I'll put it in there.
We are now 1 hour into our spacewalk today. We are now in an orbital nighttime here aboard the International Space Station. You see that glowing line there? That's actually the Earth. And what are spacewalkers up to? Well, our EV1, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, is getting into her APFR, or portable foot restraint. Kind of holds her in place at her workstation so she can begin installation on the mid-strut. Meanwhile, Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata is stowing the cable bag that he brought out earlier.
The deflector is attached to the handrail next to the cable bag and then locked.
Copy, Koichi.
Zena, can you confirm the APFR settings? I think we had adjusted them before we had left, so but I think I need a roll of hotel.
Checking, Duke. Duke, that's a roll of Hotel Yaw 12.
Copy. Okay, that's a roll of Hotel and a Yaw 12.
Heads up, quick handover in about 10 seconds.
We're in a brief handover period as we work to regain communication with our satellites, both video and audio. For now, you have live views of Mission Control Houston, where teams are supporting a spacewalk outside of the International Space Station with NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata. They're finishing up work that they started on during a previous EVA back in January. They're installing a modification kit or a support structure that will one day house a roll-out solar array. They've already completed their first task of the day and are slightly ahead of schedule.
That area.
Okay, copy. And you've got the GoPro set up on 2230?
Yes.
Copy, that's great. Okay, on your way out to the side pad location, reminder to Fairlead on S5 handrail 2108. That's a long horizontal handrail just below the mass canister, basically 2 handrails further outboard from 2230.
Copy.
This 1A power channel mod kit. This mod kit launched on Northrop Grumman's 18th Commercial Resupply Services mission, and Cygnus delivered them back in November.
Looks like it's not going to stay here. Close enough. Okay, dude. Okay, all right, I'm watching.
Okay, let me just get up there.
Okay. Okay, so you're left. But yeah, you're almost in the loop now. Left side is loop nights coming off. Go a little more forward.
While our spacewalkers are getting ready to start work installing the mid-strut portion, the last piece of the puzzle for this support structure that they're building today in this part 2 of a spacewalk. If you have any questions about today's operation, be sure to submit them using hashtag AskNASA, and we'll try to answer them on air.
Go more forward.
What's the left toe?
Left toe is not in completely. Now you're in, and it looks like the heel is now down on the heel, but still on the heel guide.
Copy.
But you need to push it into now and then right left. You go there.
Copy.
Nicole Mann is now in position, successfully inside of her portable foot restraints at the work site. Koichi Wakata is configuring his tethers and equipment that he brought out, making sure it's out of the way but still within reach, and then he'll begin work on it as well.
Okay, left. Left toe is 6 inches in. You push it further. Okay, then let me go behind the APFR. Okay. Come in. Okay. Heel down. Okay. Left toe in, push it in. Left heel
This view that we're looking at now is what they're working on. This is the mod kit or support structure that will one day house IROSAs or ISS rollout solar arrays.
Left toe in further. Okay, now left heel down. Okay, further down. Further down.
The round part that you're seeing there is the mast canister, and that's what they need to install the mid-strut to.
Almost. Push it down. Okay, now left heel out. Now you're in. Okay, you're in. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, good. Okay, all right. Good. I'm gonna cut out. Great.
During part one of this spacewalk, one of the plates that's at the end of the that's at the end of the mid-strut didn't quite sit flush against the mast canister. There were some components in the way, perhaps some insulation. So the ground team has worked all week on some troubleshooting measures, and Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann are working on those now.
Okay, my safety level is doing good. Complete.
The white covering that you see on these struts, that's the MLI, the multi-layer insulation. They're working to peel that back so they have a good view of the work site.
Off with the mid-pad, I sold my BRT rec to it.
Copy, Duke. Great work. Okay. We'll also have you remove the locking pit pin from the mid-strut.
Okay, Gina, that's the TDA bag at the mid position of the wine glass of the handrail, the vertical handrail.
Copy, Koichi. That's a great spot for that TBA bag. We can get to work on that side pad interface. You'll clear the MLI from the GSE fixtures on the left and right side. And Duke, for that pip pin, once you've got that removed, check that the washer is behind the detents.
Okay, the washer is behind the detent.
Perfect. You can extend the mid-strut, and once Koichi's in place, you'll work with him.
You just heard NASA astronaut Zena Cardman give Nicole Mann the okay to extend the mid-strut.
So that's the MLI first?
Yeah, we'll have Koichi working on the MLI. Duke, you can help him by reporting when the MLI is clear of the side pad side slots.
So this mid-strut is telescopic, meaning it can be extended out like a telescope. So it does have some tolerance during installation.
Mid-strut, reminder, you can also lock out your ret with slack in order to avoid any additional side loads.
Okay.
I think safety better, it's kind of difficult to sail these down along handrail, but I think now it's not in the way for Duke, so I'm going to continue with this safety better config.
Okay, yeah, I see this side of the cable bag. When I head down there, I'll remind me when I head down, Zena. I'm going to have to move his safety feather.
Copy you both. Koichi will be watching in your HECA view, and just give us words once you've got the right side and the left side GSE pad clear of the MLI and the Velcro re-engaged.
Okay. Copy that. I'm going to start with the right side, following the text of the video that you together.
We'll all be humming a song down here. Copy.
Oh, yeah. Actually, it was interfering. I see this MLI some. That's because of the interference.
So to recap where we're at now, our spacewalkers Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann are starting to install the mid-strut, the last piece that they need to install to complete the support structure needed for a future solar array. Right now they're working on peeling back the layers of multi-layer insulation so that they have a good view of the work site.
For the installation?
I agree. It looks much better from this angle, too.
Stunning in our view. Great work. We'll have you work on the left side as well. And just a reminder about that grounding strap.
Left side is obviously, left side has enough is as far as the distance from the receptacle bracket, but as you mentioned, that they need to have some slack at the top of this area, so I'm going to relocate a little bit.
Copy, Koichi.
But as far as this,
and yeah, as long as that MLI is fully clear of this slot, we're happy.
Okay, copy.
Wakata has successfully removed the multi-layer insulation on the right side and is working on the left side.
Okay, it looks like first it clears. I think I have enough clearance. The MLI to the bracket. You think, Duke?
I think it looks good.
Okay, all right. With that, then I will try to match the side pad. You agree, Zena?
I do agree. We are ready for that side pad.
Right. Good.
And once you receive it from Duke, and Duke has her ret locked out, we'll take some inspections of the tape on the side detents.
Okay, reminder, Koichi, that the ret locking is at your end, so I'll have to ask them a little farther to you.
Okay, roger that. And I'm going to push those plungers once again before I install it.
Now with that multi-layer insulation out of the way, they're going to move on to the troubleshooting measures. They had attempted to install this mid-strut during their previous spacewalk, but ran into some issues getting it flush up against that mast canister. So now they're going to try some of the fixes that the ground came up with.
Right.
Yeah, there's some boxes on your end.
Yeah, I can, yeah. But we can leave it now, right?
We're going to lock it out.
Okay, that's right. Okay, it's locked.
Okay, yeah.
All right, thunder is reset.
Copy.
All right.
And yeah, just make sure you have enough slack in that ret before you locked it out.
Yes.
There's a lot of slack, yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right, here we go.
They're getting ready to install the first side, that's the far side or the topmost part of your screen, to the mast canister. The mast canister is that big cylindrical bit that you see on your screen there.
Yeah.
Koichi Wakata is taking lead on the install of this side of the mast canister.
And hey, Koichi, from our view, it looks like maybe it is pitched toward you a little bit so that the bottom detent is engaged, but the top detent is not quite engaged. We can also install that adjustable to help and just give it a little...
Okay, let me try that.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like it's coming off now.
All right. Okay. You recommend using the adjustable at this side?
I do, yes.
Okay, I'll try that.
They're in the process of installing one side of the mid-strut to the mast canister. It's laying flush and is good, and now they're working on soft docking it, which appears to be successful. So in a soft dock, you get everything lined up and flush before they're able to hard dock or drive the bolts into it.
Install your BRT on that vertical handrail there, and that way you can get two hands on the side pad if you need.
Actually, I already have BRT.
Copy.
And it's, I've been using that. It's already tightened, but still, it does not give me a stable enough condition, but I'll try. Okay, adjustable is attached to the long handrail, and I'm cinching it down.
Copy, and you'll need the right side to be engaged as you're cinching the left side.
Copy that. Hey, Duke, let's try that again.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. It looks like it's partially engaged, and it's already fully cinched.
Okay, copy. The right side is engaged, and the adjustable is cinched. Looks like the right side is not engaged if it's coming off that far. And from the view that I have, it does still look like the top detent is not engaging.
You've got a view now of the mast canister, and in the middle of the screen, that pole that you see there is the mid-strut that they're trying to install. You see the plate at the very end of the mid-strut? That's what they're trying to lay flush up against.
I'm going to let go the adjustable. So this side is free end.
Okay, I'm holding on to it.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And then...
I'm going to move the strut out of your way, down or something?
It's good, it's good.
Okay.
It's good.
They're doing a number of troubleshooting measures now here in Mission Control, relaying them to the crew. One is to move around the multi-layer insulation, which you just saw that pair of hands doing there.
Okay, copy, Koichi.
Okay. Okay, I have BRT, and then it's tightened. Okay.
Do you have the adjustable down still?
Adjustable is here, so I'm going to attach the adjustable once again.
Okay. Just wondering if it would help if I actually let go so that there were no pushes from this end.
Let go. The adjustable is not attached yet.
The adjustable is on the handrail, but not on the side pad yet.
Right. On
And
the side pad.
Koichi, once
Right.
you do reattach it, we recommend putting that adjustable with both hooks to the tether loop on the side pad. Otherwise, you won't get enough slack out of that adjustable in order to really cinch it tight.
Copy that. Okay, looks like it's... what right side is engaged, looks like.
Copy. And we're doing really well on time, so if you want to take any moments to readjust your BRT or anything, I wonder if you take your BRT and come at that handrail from the left side instead of the right side. It'll help you get in a better position.
Left side or from the right side?
Yeah, see how your the jaws of your BRT are coming from the right to the left to that handrail? If you come from the opposite direction, it may get you in a better position for the left side detents.
Oh, okay. 180 out from this position?
Yeah, correct. But I'll leave it to your hands-on expertise since you are actually there.
Okay, okay. Okay. Out does not work, so I'm going to change 90 degrees out.
Copy, Koichi.
All right. I will relocate the adjustable with my red.
Following the Part 1 of the spacewalk on January 20th, ground teams here in Mission Control were able to come up with a number of troubleshooting items for this mid-strut. This includes using tethers or various tools at their disposal to help get this mid-strut installed. They've got a checklist of things that they can move down, trying one after the other, if necessary, until the soft dock is complete.
And pulling on it in order to get kind of an up and down wiggle motion on the left side while keeping tension on the right side. without taking it around the handrail.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm doing now, and then like it doesn't go in.
Copy.
Well, it looks like it's the right side seems to be actually engaged or completely engaged, but the left side doesn't go in. The plunger doesn't go in.
Okay, Koichi. Let's have you take the adjustable, the other end of that hook, bring it back to the side pad tether loop.
Okay.
Get it cinched so that the right side stays engaged, and then we'll try the hammer. It's hammer time.
Copy that. Okay, I attach the adjustable.
Moving on to the next tool at their disposal, some of the troubleshooting items here, they used a adjustable equipment tether on the handrail to try to get that into place. Now we're moving on to using one of the hammers that they have in their toolbox.
Okay, I will use the hammer then. How's it going, Duke?
Good.
All right.
Let me know if I need to position this better, but it looks like it's pretty solid.
Yeah, it looks like it's the right side is engaged. The left side doesn't go in, so let me...
You can see Wakata reaching for his hammer now.
Yeah, that's good words from you both, and it's really looking like that top detent is just not going in, so I think that's a good place to start. Koichi, once you've got that hammer and you're tethered to the hammer, just a reminder, we'll start with some gentle taps. The maximum load on the BGA is 50 pounds, and wait 30 seconds between attempts.
Copy.
You'll also avoid the bolt heads as you hammer.
Okay, so I'm not going to release the wrench from the hammer, just keep it in the TVA bag.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, and then tap every 30 seconds. Maximum 50 pounds. Okay, flight 1, like, hit, but no change. Okay, so about 30 seconds.
And just a reminder, you'll want to hammer kind of right where the tip of that arrow is. You're aiming for that upper detent.
Okay, copy that.
You're seeing the point of view of Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata on a spacewalk to install a support structure to hold solar arrays one day. He's working on the mid-strut. It's the thing you see in your upper rightmost corner of your screen. That's the insulation there. As well, sometimes underneath his hammer, you'll see something with an arrow. That is what he's trying to soft dock with the mass canister. You can see he's tried a number of troubleshooting items. There's a tether in place there, kind of pulling it into place, and now he's using his hammer to try to get it into place as well.
Okay. Looks like it went in a little bit.
The goal here is for the mid-strut to lay flush and soft dock so that the bolts can be driven and it can stay locked into place.
Okay. Looks like the lower side is more engaging. The upper side did not go in. Should I hit the lower side again, or should I hit the upper side on the arrow?
Sounds like we're making some good progress. We might try alternating between the two, see if you can get any more progress on the upper.
Okay, copy. Teamwork.
Wakata is relaying what he's seeing down to the crew here in Mission Control. EVA teams in Mission Control are consulting on what to do next and how best to soft dock the piece of equipment that he's working to get into place.
We'll go the upper side once again. Upper side doesn't go in. It seems to me that I need to use the pliers.
Okay, copy, Koichi. We'll have you try the pliers.
Okay, copy.
And yeah, big picture, we want, as you're looking at the side pad, a little bit of gentle rolling motion as you're trying to wiggle it on. Just see if you can kind of walk those detents in place. And so if needed, we can have Duke from her end do a pitch, so body up and down from her end as you're trying to work the detents in place.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. Could you do the pitch? Not I would say, so make this right pad go this way. Know what I mean?
So that would be a yaw from my perspective.
So your body is better offset, but that's the yaw, but no, that's not the orientation. Here's the rod in this orientation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the.
Koichi Wakata trying a number of items to get this mid-strut installed and soft docked to the mass canister. He's used some tethers to help kind of pull it into place. He's used his hammer to also try to get it flush there as well, which made some progress. But now he's going to move on to using some pliers that he has out there at his disposal. You can see them on your screen now.
Okay, Zena, do you see the gap on my right side here?
It's in shadow right now.
I'm pointing at.
I do see it, yes.
Okay, I'm pointing. Okay. Fire, and because of this gap on this side, the left side doesn't have any gap, so it's really tight on the left side where I'm pointing at now. It seems to be that somehow the right side needs to engage further to the left, because there's some gap here.
I see what you mean. Okay. Checking, Koichi.
It seems to me that we may need to use a hammer to hit on this right side so that this side pad will shift to my left.
Copy, Koichi. Let's think on that for just a second. Is it vertically oriented in the middle of that GSE pad? Like, is it able to slide down at all? Maybe it's interfering with the top of the slot where the tongue is supposed to fit in.
It's hard to tell if it's in a proper, vertical location or not. But it seems to me that it's engaged in that position, so.
Copy. So if it doesn't slide up and down anymore, then the tongue must be in a good position.
So
Okay.
it's engaged. Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, copy. We like your idea of using the hammer to gently tap on that upper right corner of the side pad.
This area that I'm pointing at with my right hand, right index finger.
Yeah, Koichi, what you're pointing at is where you will want to tap gently with the hammer.
Okay.
And Duke, we can have you let go of your end as well to alleviate any side loads that may be imparted. Koichi, while you're tapping with the hammer, you'll try to push in on the left side as well.
You can see that silver box there at the center of your screen. That's a piece of equipment that they're trying to lay flush against the mass canister.
BRT as tightened down as you can. You could use your mini workstation end effector maybe if that helps you, but you'll need something to react against so that you can be pushing on the left side.
Yes, BRT tightened, and then the workstation end effector is attached, so I will try that again. Okay, I will tap again in this direction.
Copy, Koichi. Yeah, and it may be just ever so slightly too high vertically on the GSE pad. So as you're pushing in, also try to push a little bit down. And we've got a handover coming up in about 15 seconds.
Copy. Okay, so BRT is tightened.
So we've got live views here of mission control. You can see towards the left side of the aisle, the gentleman standing in the vest, that's Keith Johnson. He's our lead spacewalk officer for this operation. He's consulting with that team of experts there on what they're seeing on the equipment, while also hearing what Koichi is relaying that he can see through his eyes, and trying to determine a best step forward. You can see this group in a bit of a huddle now.
Were you able to push the detent down with the fire or no?
Koichi Wakata is relaying what he's trying and what he's seeing to his team here, and they're giving recommendations on the next moves.
So, yeah, I hit the on the right side, but also it does not move at all. So let me try this. Apply the tool again. Apply the tool.
We're back with live views now at the International Space Station.
Okay, we've got your Heka view back, Koichi. And I know it's going to be tricky needing to use your left hand to react to the forces, but as you're pushing that detent, you also need to push in on the side pad so that it's going into the GSE pad on the mass canister.
Okay. I know what you mean, and I have BRT and then a mini workstation end effector. It's really difficult to grasp the force of pushing this in the direction.
Yeah, definitely understand.
So,
you need a third hand, basically.
Yeah, hammering from the right side did not work. And then detent is... I think detent is first. So it's not detent that is preventing this coming in. I'm going to try the detent on the bottom side as well. tighten the key. Yeah, looks like the right side is probably engaged in a proper position.
Copy, Koichi. Stand by.
Okay.
All right, Koichi, we are talking it down here. If we could get your best big picture summary of what you think is going on, what might be interfering, whether it's the side pad itself, if it's the detents, and I think you got that bottom detent engaged before. Is that correct?
No, it's not very positive. I don't think it was engaged. It seems to me that the detent is not interference. Just the width of the side pad may not be big enough. And then I'm still not 100% sure if the detents are preventing from this installation or not.
Okay, copy.
I am using the...
Do you think the lip of the side pad is actually hitting the GSE side pad structure?
Actually, that's also a negative. Looks like it's, this left side, the lip is already engaged on the left side of this structure. So, interference seems to me that it's probably the detent, like from here, but the detent, even if I push it down, it does not, even if I push down the detent, still, it does not engage. Is it possible to tighten N1 and M4?
Checking, Koichi.
I may give more room for M1 and M3 to engage. So at this time, can I engage M1 and M3 with M-tight with MS2?
Yeah, Koichi, we do not recommend that. We'll not start engaging any bolts until we have those detents in place.
Copy that. Copy that. So, any other actions that I could take?
Koichi Wakata reporting what he can see, what he has tried, as well as giving his own recommendations to the crew here in Mission Control. They're weighing their options and talking as a group and sending some recommendations up his way.
Can I, Dina, can I release it and see what kind of interference structurally I can see? Maybe I can answer some of the questions that you have.
Yeah, we like that idea, Koichi. Let's have you do that, and we'll be talking some solutions here on the ground.
Okay, copy that. Then I'm going to loosen the adjustable and then detect the side pad, see what kind of interference it has. I'm going to release one adjustable from the...
You need me to hold on to it, Koichi?
It's okay. You can, yeah, that's likely...
The view you're getting now is the spacesuit with the red stripes is NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. She's holding the other end of the mid-strut while Koichi's working on that gray square, working it to get flush against the mass canister.
The detent goes in. There are scratches where the detents go to, so detents are obviously interfering. So it seems to me that, again,
Copy.
releasing the detents, pushing the detents is the way to go. And then looking at the side pad side, I don't see any interference on this side. So, like it is the detent. And then I guess we need to, I need to stabilize my body position and then apply a stable force for the plunger and then try that you have different and can you tend it now, the mixture?
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay.
It looks like you got the right side back in, huh?
Right side is in because of the because we clear the NMI, but the left side doesn't go in now because of the detent.
you're just joining us this morning, two astronauts are out on a spacewalk to complete installation of a mod kit, or mounting bracket for future solar arrays. They started work on this back on January 20th, and they're back out for their second spacewalk to complete their work. The first time around, this mid-strut that they're working on now gave them a little bit of trouble, so now they're back for a part 2 to try to get that into place. Teams here in Mission Control are looking at the hardware now. They have an exact model of the hardware and are taking what Koichi Wakata is saying and seeing and feeling with his hands to try to come up with a solution.
I cannot tell if it's different.
He has a number of tools at his disposal that he may be able to use. He may also be able to elicit the help of NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, who's holding on to the other side. It is a pretty tight workspace, so mission control teams are still determining the next steps.
Because I think I need just 3 hands to do that.
Yeah.
So, Dina, do you agree? If you comes in here on the on the lower side on the long handrail, and she can either work on the pliers while I push in.
Yeah, checking on that, Koichi. Okay, before we have Duke come over, we do like the suggestion to have Duke do a yawing motion from her perspective, as Koichi is ideally depressing both of those detents with both pliers.
And you want me to kind of wiggle it back and forth, or a steady pressure in the...
I think a steady, gentle pressure from you. If you can get the yawing motion heading to your body left, eventually the strut will hit a pin on the side pad, and that way you'll be able to actually apply pressure, as opposed to before you hit that pin, it'll be rotating around.
Yeah, and I can feel that hard stop there.
Indeed, it's difficult to use 2 pliers at the same time.
Yeah, copy, Koichi. We could have you depress both with your fingers and try to get them depressed as much as possible, and then see if we can get it installed before the detents pop back out. And stretching the tape.
Okay, copy that. Now, okay. I will disengage this first, then the side pad.
We're in a split-screen view now, both spacewalkers working together. So you can visualize this mid-strut as this long telescoping pole, so it can extend or retract as needed. NASA astronaut Nicole Mann is holding one end of this pole, while Koichi Wakata is holding the other. His view on the right side there, Wakata trying to get that piece that he's holding in his hands flush up against with that rectangle out on the mast canister. Nicole Mann is now going to work with him, kind of twisting and wiggling from her end to try to snap it into place as well. Meanwhile, here in Mission Control, we've got models of the exact equipment that they're using here in Mission Control being looked at for possible solutions as well.
Checking, hang on.
Okay. Perfect. One of them is staying, but the other one is not staying. The tape is on and off.
Copy. Which one is staying and which one is not?
The lower side is staying, I would say. And if you flip, it's going to be the upper side. The upper side will stay, and the lower side, the tape is almost damaged, so it doesn't stay.
Okay, copy, Koichi. Thanks. Stand by. We're talking plans here.
Okay.
We're now about 2 hours into this spacewalk, estimated to last about 7 hours. They've already completed their first task of the day of doing some inspections on the lower strut, and now they're working on installation of the mid strut.
In order to get those detents more depressed, do you think you're able to hold one end of the tape, so the non-loop end, kind of keep some pressure on it with your thumb, and then peel up the other end slightly, add a little more depression to that detent, and then reinstall the tape with a little bit more tension?
Okay, I think it's possible unless the tape breaks off.
Copy.
Want me to try that out? Do you have a go to do that?
Affirm, Koichi.
Okay, in work.
And you may want to pinch the other end with your thumb, coming at it from a slightly different direction. Oh, we see the tape broke. Copy.
Oh, the tape, yeah.
You can get that in your trash bag.
Yes, I can. But you don't want to use this tape anymore. Is that correct?
Checking, Koichi. Koichi, if you think there might still be enough sticky on that length of tape that you pulled off, in order to reapply with a little more tension over that detent, you can give that a try.
Let me try that.
Astronaut Koichi Wakata working with tape in an effort to get that piece in his hands flush with the rectangle on the mass canister there. He's trying to soft dock them, and tape is just one of the many tools he's using to get that into place. Unfortunately, a bit of the tape has come off, but he has an additional roll of tape there in his tool bag if needed. But if he thinks he can use the existing piece, Mission Control has relayed that that's okay too.
Using my chest bag.
And Gina, for EV1, TCV is set at 2.
While this installation is giving Koichi Wakata a little bit of trouble, teams here in Mission Control just relayed that even though we're at the 2-hour mark, there is still plenty of time left in this spacewalk to troubleshoot and plenty of ideas still left to try. They remain optimistic about this installation.
Luigi, can you see on the left side the holes that the D10s go into?
That's right, again?
Can you see on the left side the area where the D10s would go into?
Yeah, it's clear that on the side lip, D10s are interfering, and so there's some scratches where the D10s go.
Yeah.
The D10s are not sliding, and it's making dents here. So I think to me the best option is to have you come here and then manipulate this plier while I push the side pad.
Okay, so it sounds like the D10s are moving okay. It's just that we're not getting the side pad pushed in far enough.
Right. And the tape's not keeping the plungers in place.
Yeah.
I cannot think any better option than that now.
We're following along, guys, and talking it on the ground here. Stand by.
Okay. Copy.
Teams here in Mission Control are troubleshooting this mid-strut, debating on bringing Nicole Mann over to the work site, or perhaps suggesting Koichi Wakata use some of the tools, a plier or some hammers or the tape at his disposal to try a couple of things before she comes over.
Okay, guys, we are talking a plan to have Duke come over to you. In the meantime, we'll have you do one more try with Koichi just in place there. What we'll have you do, Koichi, is get in as good a body position as you can. You'll engage the right side of the side pad so that that tongue is in the groove. You'll install the adjustable on that handrail just to keep the side pad in place as best you can. And then we're going to use the pliers handle as kind of a pry bar, and I'll be talking you through that in just a moment.
Okay, I understand. The last portion I did not understand. You're going to use the pliers?
Yeah, basically get it installed as best you can. You'll take that adjustable around the handrail and back to the tether point, and then I'll have some more words for you in a moment.
Okay, copy. That didn't work. Okay, Xena is already cinched. Adjustable is cinched in place.
Okay, stand by, Koichi. We're talking one more thing here.
Copy. Good, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, Koichi, we're going to have you grab the pliers
Okay.
and insert the pliers into the tether point toward the mass canister.
Into the tether point?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so gently go through the hole of the tether point, kind of aiming between, yeah, not too far. You want the bottom end of the pliers to just be touching the metal of the side pad. And now you're going to yaw it to your left. Bringing the pliers toward the handrail that your left hand is on and use it as a pry bar. You may want to take the pliers and go 90 degrees off from where you are, rotate them 90. Yeah, exactly, so that you're not using the bent portion of the pliers. Have a straight face going there.
Right.
Yep. And apply a gentle, steady pressure. And I'm seeing a much bigger gap than before up top, so I think that detent is not even starting to engage on the top side.
I think it is. It's where it starts to engage. Oh, this I use this, but now this the plier broke.
Copy, Koichi.
You see it? It was not a lot of force, but it's just a tiny bit of plier.
Don't touch that end of the pliers.
Okay.
And you can put them in your trash bag, Koichi.
Okay. So it is still.
That's Xena Cardman on your screen. She's the voice that you hear communicating with the crew.
Into the trash bag. Do you agree?
Copy. We agree. Stand by.
Koichi Wakata just attempted to use his pliers, kind of repurposing it as a way to plow the other side of it back into place. Unfortunately, the force was a little too much for the pliers, and they snapped. So Koichi fortunately has a trash bag up there with him, and the crew is just making sure that he doesn't touch any of the sharp edges, as we don't want to cause any damage to the spacesuits. And now we're working on another solution.
Just a moment. There you go. Thank you. I'll do the same.
We're talking a plan down here, guys. Thanks for your patience.
Okay. One more. All right.
One more? What is this?
Okay. Awesome. see. So we have one more flyer left.
Yeah. You saw any progress with that or no?
What's that?
Did you see any progress when you did that or not?
No progress at all.
Moving on now to the next troubleshooting option, having NASA astronaut Nicole Mann move over.
One more try before we have Duke come over to where Koichi is. We'll have her do that yawing motion, so going to her body left with her end of the strut. And then Koichi, on your end, if you can get in as good a body position as possible, stay stable, and use the pliers. You'll need both the needle nose pliers and the taped pliers. And we want you to be depressing both of those detents at the same time while Duke is doing her yawing motion.
Okay.
And Zena for EV1, TCV is at 1.
TCV at 1, copy.
The needle nose are below your right below your PCT.
Okay.
Now they're underneath your mini workstation. They're just floating. They're not tangled. Now they're kind of on your left side.
Okay.
Looks like NASA astronaut Nicole Mann is going to stay put as they try one more thing. She's holding the other end of this mid-strut. If you look towards the top of your screen, you can see that one of her feet is inside of her portable foot restraint. So if she were to come over to Koichi, she would need to egress that, and then Mission Control has the path forward that they would like her to take, only if we reach that step.
So, Zena, you meant I use the needle nose in place of one of the pliers, right?
Exactly.
Okay. BRT and I have many workstation and deflector locked.
Copy, Koichi.
It's a blind operation on one side. I can see one side clearly, but that doesn't allow me to look at the bottom side. But I think I can feel the plunger with the needle nose.
Okay, copy. If you're getting some good tactile feedback as best you can, that's the right move.
Stand by, I will have a better positioning of the tools.
And let me know when I can yaw some more.
Okay, just a moment.
Duke, for you, if we could have you hold the bolt canister rather than the bolt. Thank you.
Okay, I can do the I can feel the detent on the upper side, but hard to see the detent on the left
Okay,
side.
and I'm yawing left.
Okay, let me handle the broken pliers that I don't mistakenly use that one. Zena, what's the plans with the damaged pliers? Can I just leave it outside? It's still taped, it's connected, so it doesn't go anywhere, but...
Copy. Yeah, we're concerned about a sharp edge there, so we just want it to be out of the way and be careful not to grab that end of the pliers, but understand it won't fit in your trash bag.
Right. I'm going to put it in partially in the trash bag so I don't accidentally touch it.
Copy. Sounds like a good plan.
And then I'm going to grab the other plier. Okay.
Good plan.
I grab the other plier. Okay.
To recap a little bit of what's going on, we're doing a lot of troubleshooting on how to get that mid-strut installed. It's part of this greater installation for this mod kit or support structure that they've started building back in January 20th to the outside of the space station. One of the maneuvers that they had attempted was to use his pliers, kind of like a crowbar sort of, to just kind of nudge that rectangle that he's working on into place. Unfortunately, it resulted in some broken pliers. It's very critical that our spacewalker Koichi Wakata does not touch any kind of sharp edge, so he has been working with Mission Control on how to properly stow that away into safety.
One side easily, but the other side is a blind operation.
Okay. Understand, Koichi. I think that's okay. No problem if you don't have both eyes on, but if you feel that the pliers are in the right spot, then I think we're good to give this a try.
It's in the right spot.
And Duke, for you, we'll have you continue that slow, steady yawing motion. You may also do a gentle jostle in the pitch direction as you're continuing to apply a steady yaw pressure.
Copy. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
You heard our ground IV Xena Cardman talking to Duke. It's the call sign for Nicole Mann, our EV1 today.
The vacuum doesn't escape. Oh, now it's in.
Yeah.
Looks like it's upper side. Upper side is in. Wow. Keep it there. Keep it there. Okay.
Great.
And then lower side is, looks like it's in.
Okay.
Wow, that worked. Yeah? Lower side is in. Yeah. Awesome. That was awesome.
And with a round of applause here in Mission Control and the teamwork of Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata, they finally got the piece they've been working on to lay flush and soft docked.
Okay.
Tina, can I use the manual wrench socket? I can go N1, N3.
Stand by, Koichi.
Copy.
So you can think of this mid-strut that they're working on as a bit of a pole-shaped item with Nicole Mann on one side and Koichi Wakata on the other.
And you are going to start with M1 and M3. You'll want to be very gentle as you do this, minimizing any side loads because it is liable to pop off again. You'll be driving M1 and M3 approximately 2 turns, being extra cautious for cross-threading.
Copy that. I have the tool starting with N1. 2 turns.
Copy, Koichi. The solution that seemed to do the trick, as I was explaining, this is a cylindrical shaped item with an astronaut on either side of it. You're seeing the view of Koichi Wakata now, working with that silver box that he's been trying to lay flush against the mass canister. Nicole Mann was on the other side, and with their teamwork, she was able to take her side and kind of nudge it, wiggle it into place from her perspective, while Koichi laid it flat. And that was a solution that seemed to work.
N1, 2 turns complete. M3.
Copy, Koichi. And hey, Duke, for you, a heads up, we're getting ready for a night pass. And I know you have your TCV in 1, but if you want to do some wiggling and get warm, that's fine by us.
Copy. If he gets 2 turns on each, I'm going to go to M28. Is that correct?
Affirm, Duke.
M1 and M3, 2 turns each, complete.
This is great news. 2 turns on M1 and M3. We've got lots of happy people down here. Okay, you'll be getting your PGT now. Setting Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Koichi Wakata successfully soft-docked the mechanism that he's been working on, that mid-strut, the thing that you see going from the center of your screen all the way out to the right side. He's now working to drive the bolts into place.
Okay, PGT Alpha 1, clockwise 1 set.
Copy, Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
That device that you see in Koichi Wakata's hand, we're looking at his point of view now, the thing with the number 5 on it, that's the PGT, or the pistol grip tool. It's a battery-powered handheld tool, kind of similar to a drill, getting those bolts into place. You could see it in motion now.
M2, 4 turns complete, working on M4.
Copy and stand by, Koichi. All right, Koichi, and we'll have you go back to M1 and M3 with 2 additional turns using the PGT.
Okay, M1 and M3, 2 additional turns.
The numbers that Koichi Wakata and Zena Cardman are communicating from space and here on the ground are the torque and speed settings of this pistol grip tool that he's using in his hands now.
Two additional turns complete on M1, working on M3. Two additional turns complete on M3.
And we're coming up on a handover in 5 seconds.
We're in a handover period here. You're getting live views of Mission Control Houston, where teams just worked to troubleshoot some issues that they were having installing the mid-strut, the last piece of the support structure that they've been building for 2 EVAs now.
Okay, now do I continue on M2 or M4?
They got the part right into place, and now Koichi Wakata is working on drilling them all into place. Even though we worked on a number of troubleshooting solutions here today, we are not terribly behind schedule. And we're back with our live views as we approach the 2-hour, 30-minute mark of our spacewalk.
4 turns complete on M4.
Copy, 4 turns on M4, and I may have missed it in the handover. Did you get 2 additional on M1 and M3?
That's complete, and then M2, M1, and M3, 2 additional turns complete.
Copy, okay, we have 4 turns on all 4 of those bolts. Okay, Duke, for you, you can get L8 to upper strut, the mid strut to the upper strut, L8, and you'll be setting your PGT to Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Okay, I've got Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set.
Perfect. You'll be driving M28, about 6.5 to 9 turns, looking for a black line flush. Koichi, for you, you'll be driving M1 to M4 to torque, an additional 3 to 8.5 turns or so. This is to torque, so you're looking for good green light.
Okay, 3 to 8 turns on all the 4 bolts, and this PGT setting the same.
PGT settings are Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2, 3 to 8 turns.
These directions again being the speed and torque settings of this pistol grip tool, as well as the direction, clockwise or counterclockwise. In this case, it will be clockwise.
Copy. On M1, I got a green light and torqued out, 3.8 pounds, and it's a 2.5 turns.
Copy, 2.5 turns additional on M1 and 2 foot-pounds. Correction, 2.8 foot-pounds on M1. Stand by.
That's 3.8.
Copy, 3.8
pounds on M1. Green light.
Okay, thanks, Koichi. Stand by. Okay, we're good to have you continue with M2, M3, and M4.
Okay, any order?
Affirm.
Okay, copy, thank you. M3, you got a green light and torqued out 3.7 turns, 3.7 foot-pounds, 3 turns.
Copy, 3 turns and 3.7 foot-pounds on M3.
On M2, I got a green light, torqued out 3.7 pounds, and then 2 3/4 turns.
Copy, 2 3/4 turns, 3.7 foot-pounds on M2. We're checking on that bolt.
Okay, M28, I got 9 turns, green light, 11.9 on the torque.
Copy, 9 turns, 11.9, and green light for you, Duke. That's a good bolt. Koichi, you can continue as well.
Okay, copy that. Working on M4.
Duke, can you verify also that you've got black line flush?
Affirm, stand by. Yes, black line flush.
Great news. Okay, you can install the mid-strut grounding pit pin.
Yep. M4, got a green light and torqued out 3.6 foot-pounds, 3 turns.
Copy, 3.6 torque and 3 foot-pounds. Koichi, you can stow your PGT as well.
And it's so far so good on the installation of this mid-strut. Work continues tightening the bolts on it.
The grounding piston washers did come above the defense on 69.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, they're good now.
And Zena, verify the grounding piston is installed firmly on L1.
Perfect.
Okay, grounding piston installed.
Copy that, Duke. Koichi, you can release EV1's ret from the mid-strut handrail once your PGT is stowed.
Copy that. First, I'm going to unlock the ret.
That's a good plan.
Okay, unlocked. Okay, can I give it to you now?
Yes, sir, I'm ready for it.
All right. Here you go.
Ready.
Oh, sorry, maybe it was locked again. Okay, it's unlocked. Here it goes.
Okay. Got it. Thanks.
All right. Okay, Gina, what's next for me?
Next for you, Koichi, you can release the adjustable from the side pad tether point and stow it on your mini workstation. And then we'll be doing the MLI install.
Copy. Copy.
Duke, once you're good, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
So if you remember earlier during our spacewalk, our spacewalkers had worked to remove some of the MLI, the multi-layer insulation. It's that white covering that you see there. And now Koichi Wakata is working to install it back over the side pad. Meanwhile, here on the ground, they've asked our spacewalker Nicole Mann to perform a hap and gauntlet check. Hap being the pads that they wear in their helmets to avoid excess moisture. She's going to make sure that that's good and dry, as well as take a look at her gloves, check it out, make sure that there's no notable damage.
Okay, EV1 gloves are good. Hop is dry. Arms are down.
Copy all, Duke.
And Zena, adjustable is removed from the side pad, installed on my mini workstation.
Copy, Koichi. We'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet from you as well.
Okay, glove is good, hat is dry, and gauntlets are in place.
Okay, copy all.
Hey, Koichi, I'm looking at this left bundle. I don't see where you added... I don't see where you... Did you add a wire tie? I see the wire tie that's for the handrail. And the wire tie that's part of the integral to the... we installed on the bundle. Did you add an additional one?
I believe I added an additional one. Do you have a record, Zena? If I had an additional one attached to
Checking.
on the previous EVA?
Now that the mid-strut installation is complete, they're going to move on to tightening the collar bolts. At the midpoint of the mid-strut, they're driven to rigidize the whole structure, and when the collar bolts are driven, they clamp down on this locking feature, and that has to be done before an aerobic can put weight on them.
All right, Koichi, we weren't tracking any wire tie removal, but we see you in a good config.
Okay, so I think that don't need to remove the or.
Okay, yeah. That's good.
Okay. I'm just tidying it up because of the tools that you need for the site bed and putting them back in the EDA bag.
Copy. We see that in your HECA. I think that's a great plan. Once you're done with that, we'll have you work on the MLI on your end, and then we'll be working on the collar.
Okay.
We're in orbital nighttime here on the International Space Station. That's why you get kind of a dark look with these headlamps that they've got on there as they continue their tasks. To kind of recap what's been done so far, they began their spacewalk at 6:45 a.m. Central. That's Koichi Wakata, whose point of view you're seeing on the right, and Nicole Mann, callsign Duke, on the left side. After exiting the hatch, they went over to their work sites and began work on the lower strut, part of the support structure that could one day hold an IROSA, a rollout solar array. This structure is needed to be built before these solar arrays can be installed. They began work on it back in January and are finishing up. So they began their work on the left strut, one of the components that they needed to look at, and then they completely installed the mid strut. They did a couple of troubleshooting items to get them into the proper configuration that they needed, tried a couple of things, and finally got success. And now they're tightening the collar bolts all around the structure, rigidizing the whole thing so it can be load bearing, essentially can house a rollout solar array.
Zena for EV1 TCVs back at 3.
Copy 3 on your TCV.
Okay, Zena, the tools in the TDA bag, I returned them in the TDA bag, and it's still attached to the long handrail.
Okay, copy, Koichi. We'll have you also work on the MLI there on your end and make sure that the MLI is going around that bolt.
Okay. It's over the bolt. be integrated wire tie.
Copy, Koichi. That looks good to us.
Okay. Color bolt for EV2.
That'll be the next steps, exactly, Koichi. Okay, we'll have you adjust your body position to reach the mid-strut collar. And while you're BRT'd to the mid-strut handrail, remember to avoid any torsional loads into the strut. And we'll have PGT settings when you're ready.
Copy that. Stand by.
Koichi Wakata now getting into the position to work on those collar bolts.
Okay, ready for the PGT settings for M29 and M30.
Okay, Koichi, that's Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7 set, clockwise 2 set.
Copy, Koichi. You'll be driving M30 and M29. Those are the collar bolts to torque. Expecting about 4 to 6 turns.
Okay, 4 to 6 turns to torque.
And the ground just communicated up to Koichi Wakata what his pistol grip tool settings should be, the torque and speed that he needs to drive these collar bolts. You can get a good view of what we're talking about here on your screen now if you want to take a look. Kind of in the middle of the screen you'll see this gray cylindrical shape. The one closest to the view is NASA astronaut Nicole Mann holding everything steady. Right in the middle we have our astronaut Koichi Wakata. He's working in the middle point of this mid-strut. That's where these collar bolts are. He needs to drive these in order to rigidize the whole structure so that one day this structure can hold solar arrays. This mod kit that he's working on launched with Northrop Grumman's 18th Commercial Resupply Services mission, delivered by the Cygnus cargo spacecraft back in November. And the IROSAs that will be attached to this mounting bracket will launch in a SpaceX Cargo Dragon cargo spacecraft during the company's 28th Commercial Resupply Services mission this summer.
On 29, I got a green light at torqued out, 3.5 turns, 25.3. Put down.
Copy. 3.5 turns, 25.3 on M29.
I'm going to work on the M30.
Stand by, Koichi. Okay, Koichi, yes, you can continue with M30.
Copy. Okay, M30 got a green light and torqued out 25.6 foot pounds, 4.5 turns.
Copy, 4.5 turns, 25.6 on M30. Stand by. Okay, Koichi, you can drive M29 to torque, about 4 to 6 turns until the MTL pops over. You'll be setting your PGT to manual ratchet.
Okay, so manual ratchet and 2 pops on the M29.
Affirm. Just as a reminder, since we have the wobble socket, try to keep the PGT as inline as possible and minimize the wobble function of the wobble socket.
Copy that.
And Duke, are you all set with the cable routing there?
I'm all ready to go. Got it. I got Koichi's up still undone, and I've got it routed to the lower strut here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Retwist.
Work continues on this mid-strut as Koichi Wakata on your screen now is working towards the middle of the mid-strut, tightening these collars to rigidize the structure. The ground just asked Nicole Mann if she's ready to move on to her next step. She's not quite done here over at the mid-strut. She still has some work to do helping Koichi out with the insulation. It needs to go back on before they're ready to step away from it. But after this task, she'll move on to route some cables.
Do you think it would help if I hold your foot?
Yeah, let me try that. I think this is tightened, and then let me reorient my body towards with my feet towards you.
Okay.
We like that suggestion, Koichi.
Okay. Getting away my... Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good. Does it feel good?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm down a little bit. Need to cut down a little bit more, but yeah. Okay, that's good.
You're going to be at the center of my reach if you got
okay, all right, then that's okay.
Okay, sorry.
I'll try that.
Koichi, you can also switch to the 2-inch rigid
You can hold on to your...
if that helps.
Griffith. Okay, 2 integrated. Over.
You can also try to hold on to your D-ray extender if you want to give that one more try.
Okay, could you try that?
Yeah.
Could you hold my feet? Or
Just hold on, let me get to you. Okay. You come back towards me just so I can grab a hold of that extender.
okay.
Okay, I got it.
Good. Okay.
Yeah? Okay.
So let me try that now. One pop. 2 pops of 29.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
2 pops of 29.
Copy, 2 pops on M29.
And,
How many additional turns were you able to get?
I think it's about 1 turn.
Roughly 1 additional turn on M29. Okay, you can go to M30.
Okay, working on M30. Level 7 set clockwise. You set.
And this will still be in manual ratchet clockwise.
When you're hearing words like M29, M30, these refer to the bolts
Exactly.
that Koichi Wakata is
Now,
working on
M29
tightening,
and M30 have been
and the
driven with
numbers
the
have to
PGT
do with his
drive,
tool settings on just exactly how much he's tightening it.
Correct.
Looking for 2 pops on M30.
Okay. Okay. Copy. 1 pop. 2 pops on M30. It's probably about half turn.
Okay, 2 pops and about half an additional.
Half turn on M30. 2 pops.
Copy, Koichi. You can set your PGT back to motor and stow it.
Copy. Thank you, Duke, for your help.
All right, good job.
I appreciate it.
Duke, once Koichi's got his PGT stowed.
Up around your swing on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, just swing your swing arm out. You see how your local's going to go across it?
Okay.
Yeah.
My, I don't see that nice safety tether, but it's still my left, right?
Your safety tether, yeah, it's in between your legs right now, but once you move out, I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Is it on my right side?
No. Okay. Okay.
Great,
Put
thank
your
you.
feet down. It's off.
Okay, thank
Going
you.
up your left side is in front of you now.
Okay, great, perfect. Yeah, that's what I want. Thank you, sir.
But your local coming from your right waist tether is now wrapped inside of your swing arm, so you just need to rotate to your left. Get your local out of the way.
Okay, just a moment. So local, this one, right?
Yeah.
So this is... So you're saying that you need to... Where is it going through? Is it...
You're just going to pin it when you close your swing arm with your PGT.
Oh, you're talking about PGT, okay.
There you go.
We're now about 3 hours into our spacewalk today, moving right down the checklist. Right out of the gate, they moved to work on the lower strut of the structure that they're building and completely installed the mid-strut after a lot of troubleshooting back and forth here in Mission Control. And up outside the International Space Station, they were able to successfully install that, and they moved on to rigidize the structure or tighten the collar bolts in the middle of the mid-strut that they just built. So they're still at it there. You can see it on the right side of your screen.
Good, this is good. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Right.
Okay, then,
We got the MLI. Don't forget the pit pin.
Next up on their checklist, that's what they're working on now. They're working on the multi-layer installation. It was peeled back for installation, and now they just need to put it back. This installation helps protect it from the vacuum of space. We're in a brief handover period now, so we're getting live views of Mission Control Houston.
you see the pit pin?
But yes, you'll
Once
be...
you unroll the MLI, you should be able to see it. I already took it out of the touchstone location.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
A-firm and install that pit pin on the telescoping side of the strut in a small square box near the collar.
Okay. I don't see it
Maybe look up underneath.
underneath the
Not underneath the MLI. Just come from later and look up.
meter, okay. Okay, it's on the other side.
Quick handover here. We'll be back with you in a couple seconds.
We expect to get our live views back shortly. Meanwhile, our spacewalkers continue working diligently on getting the insulation back over the mid-strut that they had just installed. Next up in their tasks, Nicole Mann is going to route some cables. She's going to send them on a path, making her way around the space station, not necessarily installing the cables, but kind of setting them up for success for a future spacewalk.
Then I'm going to wrap around here on the color bolt.
Back with you after a handover. And Koichi, were you able to get that pit pin installed?
I got the MLI.
Yeah, pit pin is installed, and we are working on the MRI.
MLI is around bolt 28, and we're tightening it up.
Perfect. That sounds great. You'll be fully closing it around the telescoping end of the strut and then installing the short wire ties around the MLI. Koichi, for you, you'll translate to the right mid-strut, going outboard around the mass canister from long handrail to long handrail.
Okay, copy that. After I cover the color bolt area in MRI, I will
Can I work on that MLI, Koichi?
Oh, can you work on that?
Yeah, because I'm going to pop out here. So, Zena, I think I'm going to get that, both of those wire ties, once I'm allowed to translate on the strut. Be able to get to that MLI a little better.
Hey, from Duke.
Okay, so I believe I'm going to pop out and go grab my swim suit.
Koichi Wakata has been working on the left mid-strut collar. Work is complete on that, and now he's making his way over to the right mid-strut to do similar work.
So I'll take a look at it.
Koichi, once you go, so you better go outside of that triangle behind you.
Right, I'm going to go around here.
Are you going outside the triangle?
I am going on the other side of the BGA.
Okay, so you're not going like you did last time?
I think I have to go around.
Okay, if you are, then that will take care of your safety tether once you go down and around.
Right, then it should be good.
Yeah,
I
A-firm.
think now it's clear, right?
We do have you going outboard around the mass canister.
Okay, I'm going around.
Zena, can you confirm that I can egress the APFR?
Affirm, Duke.
And there we have NASA astronaut Nicole Mann in view, nicely lit as we enter an orbital daytime. You can see by looking at her feet that she's egressed or gotten off of her portable foot restraint that was keeping her in place as she assisted Koichi Wakata when he was working on the installation of the mid-strut. She's now moving on to other tasks. She's making her way over to the cable bag. It was originally taken out of the airlock and stowed temporarily until they needed it, and that time is now. So she's going to work on some cable routing while Koichi Wakata works on the right side of the mid-strut collar. He'd already worked to tighten and rigidize the left side.
Go, Duke.
I got the scoop, and now I'm coming around.
All right. I'm just holding on the right side.
Yeah.
The bolt.
They're looking into your suit. Copy.
We're with you guys. We're analyzing some EDAR data for you, Koichi. We'll have you just hang out there for a moment.
Copy.
Koichi, can we get a glove inspection, a very thorough glove inspection? Just make sure that there's no damage to your glove.
The gloves, good. Looks good to me.
Okay, copy, Koichi. Let's have you look in between all of your fingers, just a really thorough inspection. So kind of spread the fingers apart and really get in there.
fingers. Okay, they look good. There's a slight RGB feel on the left index finger, but that's just the RGB. Don't see any damages.
Copy, Koichi.
Well, Koichi, unfortunately, that safety tether goes right through the path I need to get to the mass canister.
And you can go over it, right?
No, because it's kind of coming up, so I'm going to look and see maybe I can come outboard and then come around.
And then you need to get to the...
I need to get to the side pad, or if you drive those boats, although I'll be able to translate, so that might be a better option.
Right, okay. And I'd like to hang out there until I'm done with the color bolts.
Yeah, guys, we're still looking at some suit data, tracking your call about the safety tether. Duke, are you able to add a fair lead?
Yeah, well, I did a 4-man here on 2235. I'm going to go outboard and see if I can figure something out.
Copy, Duke. We don't have video right now, so we're listening to your words. We'll be back with you in a moment.
Okay.
We're in a brief loss of signal. We've temporarily lost our video capabilities, but we expect to have them back very soon. Shortly before we lost video, Koichi Wakata was performing a glove check, looking really thoroughly between his fingers to see if he could see any damage.
Koichi, for you, we've been looking at the data. We're going to keep analyzing it. For now, we're good to have you continue with your tasks. And we'll be keeping an eye on the data, see if we find any additional spikes in that O2 use rate.
Okay. So, the color bulbs on the right strap, mid-strap, is that right?
Affirm, yep, you'll be opening the MLI on the right mid-strut to reveal the collar bolts. And I'll have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Okay, stand by.
And then Duke, for you, let us know if we can help you with any fair leading suggestions for the handrail or anything like that. We'll take your words on what path you wind up taking.
I got one here on 2108. I think that's going to work. I'm just going to try this out here.
Copy, Duke. And pretty sure I know the answer, but just to verify, that's Koichi's safety tether on 2108, Duke.
Affirm.
Okay, Zena, ready for PGT setting for color bolts on the right mid-strut.
Okay, similar to before, we'll be doing Bravo 7 clockwise 2.
Okay, Bravo 7 set, clockwise 2 set. many turns?
This will be about 4 to 6 turns on M25 and M26.
Okay, 4 to 6 turns.
No, I think I'm getting myself in a bad spot here, Zena. I'm going to back out and try a different way.
A few minutes ago, Koichi Wakata was working on the right mid-strut collar, part of his task for the day, where he noticed a brief spike in his O2 data. He relayed this information to the ground, and we paused all activity as ground teams investigated what the cause could be. He did a thorough glove check, and his levels had gone down right away. So during this pause and after some evaluation, our team decided that now that we are back at normal levels and it was a brief spike and the glove check was good, we're going to continue on, but teams are going to continue to monitor the situation.
Stand by, Duke. Okay, guys, back with you after a quick handover. And Duke, affirm, you can translate in order to do the safety tether routing that you mentioned.
So can I use that handrail on the mid-strut?
Affirm, Duke.
To put on the wire ties, or do I need to wait? Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, for color bolt, you got a green light and torqued out 25.0 foot-pounds, and then 4.5 turns.
Copy, 4.5 turns, 25.0 on the torque for M25 and M26. You'll be setting your PGT to manual ratchet clockwise now.
Copy. And your ratchet set clockwise.
Perfect. And now you'll be driving M25 and M26 until you get 2 MTL pops. Just let us know any additional turns you get.
Copy.
Koichi Wakata now finishing up tightening the collar on the right mid-strut. You can see him at the very top of your screen, while towards the bottom, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann is working on some multi-layer insulation.
We lost your HECA for a moment. If you can hit the power button and turn it back on, that would be helpful.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I got a good green light for the HECA.
Copy, Duke. It'll take us a minute to get it back.
Just working on my first Wi-Fi here.
Copy.
We've momentarily lost HECA views from Nicole Mann. This is the point of view cameras that you've been seeing in our coverage from time to time. She did a simple power cycle to get those back on, and we're going to see if the solution works shortly.
Hey, Koichi, just watch your feet on the solar array there. We'll want to get you in a good body position so that your feet aren't close to contacting.
Okay. Copy that. I'll get lower.
Okay, I've got one wire side down, just working on the second now.
Copy, Duke. Koichi, for you, body positioning-wise, it's helped to be basically on your back.
Right, that's why I started, and didn't have enough ability, so I...
Yeah, definitely understand. You can also put your feet on the lower strut, if that helps you brace yourself.
Oh, okay. Lower strut, okay. That's a good suggestion, thank you.
Koichi Wakata there at the top of your screen, finishing up work as he drives some bolts to tighten up everything on the right mid-strut collar. It's just one of the final steps needed on this structure that they've been building for the past 2 spacewalks.
point, Koichi?
Yes.
All right, let me know if I can, if you want me to come stabilize feet again.
I think I'll try this orientation, and if it doesn't work, I will ask your help.
Okay.
One pop, two pops.
Our point of view cameras are back from Nicole Mann. You can see her putting some wire ties around some multi-layer insulation, this sort of blanket that protects the hardware from the vacuum of space.
It's 3/4 of a turn.
Perfect. 3/4 of a turn, 2 pops on the upper collar bolt.
Work on the lower side collar bolt.
Okay, Zena, wire ties are in place. Do you want me to wait for the collar bolt before I translate for the cable?
Copy, Duke. You can translate on the mod kit at this point.
Okay, great. And I think I'll go get rid of this square scoop.
That was 1 pop on the lower collar bolt.
Copy 1 of 2 pops on the lower collar bolt. And Duke, before you depart that area,
Second pop.
copy 2nd pop, Koichi. Duke will just have you do a final check of the MLI around those collar bolts, making sure that the MLI is snug and there's no gap around the collar bolts.
Okay, if it's okay with you, I'm going to drop this square scoop, and then when I come back to do the cables, I can tidy up the collar bolt MLI.
Copy, we're good with that. And Koichi,
Okay,
we copied 2 pops for you. Any additional turns on that bolt?
It's half turn.
Copy, half a turn. All right, Koichi, for you, you can set your PGT back to motor and stow it, and then close the MLI around those collar bolts M25 and M26. For both of you, you can translate on the mod kit now, and just make sure to minimize any loads on the mod kit and don't translate simultaneously, so deconflict your translations with each other.
Okay, I'm here doing the square scoop, so I won't be moving for a little bit, Koichi.
Okay, copy that. Not moving. I'm just folding the MLI.
And another check on their to-do list is complete at the 3-hour, 30-minute mark of the spacewalk. To recap some of the events that has happened today, they've been working on this mod kit that you see here. The cylindrical thing here is our mast cam, and then we've got this pyramid-type structure. They built like 90% of it during their previous spacewalk back in January, but they wanted to take one more look at the lower strut, the gray that you see on the bottom of your screen, and totally installed this mid-strut that you see. In the yellow, you can see the collar. So what they did was troubleshooted the lower strut, installed the mid strut after some troubleshooting with the team here in Mission Control, and tightened that yellow piece, the collar, to rigidize the whole structure to get it ready to be load-bearing, or having a IROSA, or the Rollout Solar Array, launching this summer, sitting on it so it can be deployed. They've just wrapped up putting the multi-layer insulation, the sort of protective blanket back over it, and now they're going to get started on their new tasks. They've been together, these two spacewalkers, for most of the spacewalk, and they're getting ready to separate.
Correct. Yep.
Nicole Mann is going to work on some cable routing. So this refers to connecting the new rollout solar arrays with the legacy arrays. Of course, she's not going to actually install anything. We don't have our IROSA solar arrays there yet, but it does save time on a future spacewalk to have these cables already there routed. All they have to do is plug them in.
Can you see if this mid-strap, the colorable, penalize wrapped around the colorable area?
It still needs to be, if the top part is good, the bottom part needs to come up and around.
Bottom part, okay.
And once I get over there to my side, I'm going to ask you the same thing.
Duke, we see you.
Okay, how about now?
No, there's still a gap in the back, Koichi. Like the integrated ones that are coming up from the bottom, if you could pull them up.
Like that. It's that far it can go up.
Yeah, but the one in your, grab it with your left hand, now pull that towards your head.
This one?
It needs to, like, be flattened out. Does that make sense?
I don't think it can go down, though. It's full up here.
The bottom flap still has a gap. So if you take the two integrated tether points,
okay,
and pull them apart from each other.
How about now? Oh, it's covering it, isn't it?
Well, maybe, I don't know, you can see in the HECA how much it needs to cover, but there's still a big gap in the back.
Duke, we can't see it in your HECA view, so we'll trust your words to work on that.
Okay, so can we see the bottom flap?
Yeah.
That's the top flap you're touching now. Look at me. Do you see where my hand is?
Yes.
On the bottom flap?
This is it.
Pull them apart like this.
Uh-huh.
That way it's crunched up right now. So that one, yes. And then...
The other one?
Yeah, but you need to pull it. I'm pulling these apart.
The other one I cannot reach.
Your right thumb is touching it.
Did you see any?
Yeah, your right thumb is keep touching it. That's it. Yeah, that's the one you're touching. Yep, that's it. So pull that towards your right.
I cannot touch it. I cannot grab it. Is it still to my right?
It's on top of your thumb now. It's just kind of springing away from you. If you can come up a little higher, I think you'll be able to...
Okay, now I see it.
Yeah,
okay.
There you go.
Is that good?
No, it needs to come to your right. Like, spread them apart.
To my right? How about that?
And that one, okay, don't move. Oh, don't move. The one in your left hand.
Okay.
The one that was in your left hand needs to go station outboard.
Which one? This one?
No, if you reach with your left hand, the one you previously had.
This one?
Yeah.
Left hand is this one?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this one. Okay.
Yes. Put it in your right hand.
Right hand.
And then station outboard.
Okay, copy that.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, great.
Now it needs to come down on the other side of the collar. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. To grab it.
Some teamwork going on outside of the International Space Station to get this multi-layer insulation, this protective blanket around the structure that they just built.
It's looks good.
Covered?
Yeah.
So we know that after this multi-layer insulation is reinstalled, Nicole Mann is going to make her way over to some cable routing. Meanwhile, Koichi Wakata is going to work on getting a new portable foot restraint.
Hold it. Now go station outboard with it.
There are a couple of these outside of the International Space Station, and the one that they had been using has been having some trouble with the pitch knob.
When you route the integrated wire tie. Yeah, go outboard and up.
You can kind of think of these portable foot restraints kind of like a tripod. You have your pitch and you have your yaw. Those are the different directions that you're able to move. And it's the pitch that they were having trouble with. It's not totally unusable. They can use it again, but they prefer to use one that's a little more smooth for future EVAs. So Koichi Wakata is going to go take the sticky one and replace it with one that works a little bit better.
Now it looks like the top side of that, so the side that's closest to your head now, has kind of a wrinkle, a fold in it. If you can straighten that out, that may help cover more of the metal.
I recommend you pull up on the top flap.
Okay.
Straighten it all out.
All right. Let me move it up.
Pull it away from the, undo it, pull it away, straighten it out. But then I think you'll have a better luck at getting it around.
So this is, I put it out and then it doesn't rotate anymore. So
Okay.
is it better now? Is it better now?
Do you see my left hand, Koichi?
Yeah, I see it.
Take the flap and bring it up like this.
Yeah.
Undo it so that you got to get everything straightened out. It's like a jumbled mess.
And yeah, Koichi, for you, since you can translate on the mod kit now, you can also move up and try to get up and over so that you're looking down on the MLI. Maybe you'll be able to get a better view of what you're doing there.
Okay, copy that. I'll move it around.
Yeah, sorry I'm not doing a better job explaining.
Oh, that's all right. I will just come up and then try to see if I can adjust it.
Okay, Zena, I'm going to continue with the cable routing.
You can see Nicole Mann at the bottom of your screen working on routing cables.
Yeah, see, Duke, now I know what you mean.
Just flattening it out,
Yeah.
Just like here on Earth, we want to have nice and tidy cables, so she's working to get rid of any slack and use wire ties to kind of keep everything together and neat.
Koichi, for you, your plus is close to the solar array, so just watch that body position there.
I understand that.
Yeah, it's kind of contacting part of the solar array, so you'll want to move further toward the mounting bracket.
Copy that. Yeah, Duke, I think on the high side I cannot get there. And then
The top part looks good. It's not just the bottom flap that needs to be flattened out. It'd be from underneath.
right, and the somehow on the left side too, the middle is kind of open, but I think we cannot avoid it, right?
Give me a second. So, Dean, I got my safety tether pack tangled here on the APFR. I'm working on this.
Copy, Duke. Koichi, if it helps, let's have you add the long wire tie around that MLI and see if we can cinch it shut with the wire tie. So that's the long wire tie that would be used for the FHRC strap tiebacks.
Okay. I'll try that. And then, Duke, is there still openings here? this side? How much of the opening?
It's about a 6-inch hole. So the bottom flap is not doing its job. Oh, that was actually really good. Yeah, now if you can squish it together. Yes, you got it. Wonderful.
Is it now closed?
Yes.
Okay. All right, looks good.
Well, you got to tighten down the tires. When you let go, it pops open a little bit.
How about now?
I'll give you a second.
Yeah, the other side I cannot see. You're close. So that side, in the middle, there's an opening, but so it cannot be completely covered. You know what I mean? It comes out, it opens up.
Okay, let me take a look.
Koichi, we'll have you actually start routing the cables, and then once we have those cables routed, we'll come back to the MLI.
Okay. Okay. Copy that.
This one looks closed up here to me. Might come from the inside. I think this one is good.
Yeah, now it's good. Now it's looking good.
Okay.
Yeah, we see that in your HECA as well, Duke.
You can see Koichi Wakata at the top of the screen now has cables in his hands. He was working on closing the multi-layer insulation around this structure. He got it pretty good. Had a couple of issues just fully closing this last piece he was working on. But he's going to come back to that and for the moment help Nicole Mann with the cable routing.
Okay, 3 twists on the handrail on the mid strut.
And Koichi, for your awareness, your HECA and the helmet assembly is loose. Of course, it's still held on with the straps, but just so you know, it's going to be a little bit wobbly.
Okay. Copy. On the long handrail, there's no wire tie, so I need to use the wire tie on the cable, right?
Yeah. A-firm, Koichi.
Copy that.
You can see it in work now, wrapping these wire ties around this bundle of cables, keeping everything organized.
Okay, that's raise twist for the cable to the mid-left.
Copy, Duke.
on the Xena, on the long strap, do I need to put it on the station, or can I just do 3 twists around the handrail?
On the handrail is fine.
Handrail, okay, copy that.
And
We're in a brief handover period. The International Space Station has a number of ways to communicate with the ground, primarily through the Tracking and Data Relay, or TDRS satellites. When the space station's antennas lose sight of one of them, it creates a loss of signal like we're in now. But TDRS is a constellation of satellites, meaning there are several of these communication satellites in orbit, and it doesn't take long to connect with another one, so we should have audio and video back shortly, and these outages are planned, and we know when they're going to happen.
Opposite side to pick up your TVA bag.
Okay, after Duke translates, I will translate to the opposite side.
Copy, Koichi. And actually, before you depart, Koichi, we'll have you install that wire tie around the MLI.
Okay. So long wire tie?
Indeed, the long wire tie around the MLI, and just make sure that we have all of those gaps closed up.
Copy that.
Okay, I have to reach with to the vertical handrail.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, I believe my next step is to go get, am I going to get the other cables?
Duke, first we'll have you guys both working together to do a HECA scan of the final ModKit MLI config, and just make sure that all of those gaps are closed, especially after Koichi installs a wire tie around his.
Okay.
See that?
Do you have my HECA now?
We're getting video back. Standby 1. Okay, Duke, we do have your HECA back. We're ready for that scan. We've got about 30 seconds of video remaining until I hand over. Okay, and Koichi, we'll also get your eyes on Duke's side, and if it looks good to you, we may have Duke head out to 1 Bravo.
Okay. Let me check that.
Is he good at you?
All right.
I do see a pit pin that is not attached to anything. I think all pit pins should be attached, right? You know? I feel it may be the locking pit pin on the right side.
Affirm, yeah, all of those pit pins should be installed. Do you think it's the locking pit pin for the telescoping feature of the mid-strip?
Xena, you're coming in, Choppy.
We've got about 2 minutes of ratty comms here, guys.
Nicole Mann noted that she found a spare pit pin. Meanwhile, here in Mission Control, they've noted that all the pit pins do indeed need to be installed onto this mod kit that they've been working on. So we're trying to find a place for it.
Let me work on that.
Crew, if you can hear, we've got about 2 minutes of ratty comm.
Okay, I've got your back and did not copy your last concerning the pit pin.
Yeah, A-firm, Radicom's here. We've got a minute remaining. A-firm, all pit pins should be installed. Did you think that was the locking pit pin for the telescoping feature of the mid-strut?
That's what I think it is on the right side.
Okay, guys, in order to reinstall the pit pin, we'll need to open the MLI again. Koichi, you can pause on the wire tie for now.
I missed that call.
Radicom, hand over here.
As we work to get our communication back and our live views here shortly, a little update on what tasks have been done or what are still to come. Nicole Mann successfully routed cables at the 1A power channel. That's where they've been working this whole time.
Hopefully comms should be a little less rowdy.
Zena Cardman's about to give an update.
Koichi, we'll have you pause with the wire tie ops for now, and Duke, you'll head to 1 Bravo.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Okay, I'm headed to 1 Bravo.
Perfect. We'll also take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you both.
Okay, I got the mobile wire tie ready to go.
Copy.
So where you see them now, they're at the 1A power channel.
For EV1, half is dry and gauntlets are down.
Okay, EV2, gloves are good, half is dry, and gauntlets in place.
Okay, copy EV1 and EV2. So Duke will be having you grab the cable bag and heading out to 1 Bravo. Koichi, you'll be working all of the MLI stuff here. In order to reinstall that pit pin that Duke saw not installed, this is the locking pit pin for the telescoping feature, you'll need to peel back the MLI a bit.
Okay, locking pit pin, did it come out?
I think we just missed installing it.
Okay, so that's the, could you tell me that where it is?
It is floating. Station inboard of the collar bolts directly opposite of you.
It's on this
Not
side?
canister side.
Okay.
I think you'll have to peel back the MLI.
Peel back this MLI?
Yeah, I will peel open the top and the bottom, and then you'll be able to see it.
That's correct. And Duke, we'd like you moving out to 1 Bravo, so we'll have you translate.
I'm just picking up the...
Copy.
And I'm just picking up the cables, not the whole bag, right?
Okay.
That's correct. You're translating to the cable bag, picking up the 1 Bravo cables, and heading out to 1 Bravo.
You can see Koichi Wakata on the right side of your screen. That is his point of view. Nicole Mann identified a pit pin that had not been installed into the structure. So Koichi Wakata is undoing these levels of multi-layer insulation to be able to place the pit pin.
Copy. And yeah, that lanyard will probably be at full extension.
I think, right.
And if you need to peel back more of the MLI, let us know. If you can do a washer check also on that
thank
pit
you.
pin before you install it, just make sure that the washer is over the detents.
Okay, washer is there. And the pit pin is in. You see that on the header?
Copy, Koichi. That looks good. We can close up that MLI again, and we'll work on the MLI wire tie install.
Okay. Okay. If this closes completely without the wire tie, that's also fine, right?
Indeed, Koichi.
Let me try that again. Okay. Let me try that.
Coming up now on the 4-hour mark of the spacewalk. During part 1 of this spacewalk, they completed installation of a mod kit on the 1B power channel, and today they were finishing up work on the 1A channel. Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata successfully routed some cables around the 1A site, again where they've been spending the majority of their spacewalk. Nicole Mann is now making her way over to the 1B channel, where they spent their previous spacewalk, to route some cables there as well.
Can you see this MRI still?
I cannot at the moment.
Okay. All right.
You can try to come around now.
Looks like it's closed without the wire tie, but I just wanted to make sure that it's the case.
Copy, Koichi, and you can reorient yourself and get into any body position that you need in order to see the other side of the MLI there.
Yeah, I think if you poke your head inside the triangle and look out, there's a little gap, but I think you'll be able to fix it.
Okay.
And guys, big picture update for you. We're at PET of 4 hours on the nose. We're about 45 minutes down on the timeline right now. So we're going to be prioritizing doing those 1 Bravo cables that Duke is on her way out to do. We'll have a modified version of the APFR shuffle. We're still working that plan. And then we do still intend to grab the P6 APFR.
Copy that.
We've got plenty of PET time from a consumable standpoint. We're at about 7:45 there, just for your FYI.
Nice to know.
And Koichi's suit data's looking good? Gina, can you update us on Koichi's suit data?
It's exactly what we're talking right now. So after analyzing the data, it looks like it was just a blip in the sensor data, but we are happy with the suit. Good to continue.
You know, awesome.
Okay, good news, and my TCV is set to 6.
Copy, TCV 6.
Here on the ground, NASA astronaut Zena Cardman just gave a big picture overview of our spacewalk. She talked about the PET, or the phased elapsed time. This is the total time that they've been spacewalking with their suits on battery power, which is a little over 4 hours. With their remaining time, Nicole Mann is indeed going to continue routing cables at the 1B power channel. Koichi Wakata is indeed going to move the portable foot restraints around. Remember, one of them had a little bit of a sticky knob on that controlled the pitch function when moving around from side to side. They're working a plan now on how to go about that.
Without adding a wire tie, but let's make sure that it's the case.
Copy, great news.
Previously, Koichi Wakata noticed a spike in his O2 data. Ground teams here in Mission Control ran all of their data, looked at everything, including a suit check of Koichi Wakata's suit, and they've been monitoring the data in the meantime. Xena Cardman did relay to the crew that they have seen no abnormalities again and are confident that it was just a little blip in the data.
Okay.
All right, Koichi. We are waiting on confirmation from all of the interested parties here, but we will have you do a HECA scan as well.
Okay. Okay. Let me check that. I don't know if you can see it. No.
I'm sorry, I cannot.
All right, that's all right.
Look at this table again.
Okay, no problem. I will do the HECA scan now.
Copy, Koichi, and we will actually have you install that wire tie. We think we see a gap in the MLI.
All right, okay. 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 Looks like it's just not long enough. Then let me do the wire tie first. Do the HECA scan.
Yeah, we agree with that, Koichi. Let's get that wire tie on there, and then we'll have you head over to the mounting bracket for a better vantage point for your HECA scan.
Okay.
Okay, Xena, I have the cables, and I am headed out to 1 Bravo.
Copy, Duke. You'll be crossing the keel pin and the APFR going to the non-radiator side.
Okay, Xena,
and then outboard to S5, S6.
Xena, I put the wire tie 3 twists around the MLI.
Copy, Koichi. We see that in your HECA. So we'll have you head over to the mounting bracket, and we'll get a really good HECA scan.
Okay. Copy that.
Moving right down the to-do list here, you can see NASA astronaut Nicole Mann on the bottom of your screen. She's got the legs with the red stripes. She's holding a bundle of cables, and she's going to make her way out to the 1B power channel, where she spent a lot of time in her previous spacewalk. She just routed the cables here at the work site that she's at, 1A, and now she's making her way over to 1B. The space station just experienced an orbital sunset. As you can just see, it just got a lot darker on your screen.
Xena, I'm at the mountain bracket.
Copy,
And
Koichi.
showing the upper side.
Great, we're taking a look.
Upper side looks good. Okay. All right. Okay. Like analyze covering everything.
Looking good, Koichi. Give us just a moment while everybody analyzes.
Okay.
Okay, Koichi, the upper triangle looks great. If we could have you dip below that mounting bracket and take a look at the mid-strut and try to get the mid-strut in your HECA view.
Copy. Copy that.
That's a good position. We're checking on the view, Koichi.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm held up here. I'm just fighting with this bundle coming apart here.
Copy, Duke. Take the time that you need to get everything in a good config. Minimize the snag hazards.
Yeah.
And do what works best for you, but you can also put that cable bundle around your BRT and help tend it toward your body.
Yeah, so I've got my strips in my BRT. Then I run them around the BRT, but top bundle flopped off, so I'm trying to adjust that now.
No problem, Duke. Koichi, let's have you take a look at the left side mid-strut.
Okay, I'm pointing at the left side.
All right, a little further left with your pan there, Koichi. We'll take one last look.
Okay, a little further left. Okay.
A little bit further so that we can see the full left side in your HECA view. That's better.
Okay. I need to go any further?
All right, Koichi, we're happy with that HECA scan. And with that, you can head back around the mass canister, and you'll be picking up the TBA bag from the long handrail.
Copy that.
On the left of your screen, you can see the point of view of NASA astronaut Nicole Mann.
I am headed out.
She's got a bunch of cables in her hands, and she's making her way to the 1B work site for some cable routing.
Okay. So, I just wanted to double check with you that this NRI that I attached, it covers the 1 alpha cable as well. It's okay, right?
Checking, Koichi. Yeah, Koichi, we're good with that config.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Then I'm going to translate to the TBA bag and stow it.
Perfect. Yep, you'll be picking up that TBA bag, bringing it to the cable bag, and stowing it.
Copy.
I'm at handrail 2125. I'm going to take a right-hand turn.
Copy, right-hand turn at 2125. 2138. We'll be following along. (2138) is a good handrail. We track you going over the A-frame to the non-radiator side.
Copy. Okay, I am over, and now I'm at it, making a left turn headed upward. I'm at 2003.
Copy,
looking
Duke.
for 2006 from the green hook.
A-firm 2006 for the green hook.
These numbers that you're hearing Nicole Mann communicate with the ground are sort of visual markers, handrail numbers that are listed on the outside of the space station that help us know where she is in relation to the outside of the space station as she moves on her way to the 1B power channel.
Okay, Dean, I picked up the TVA bag on my way to the cable bag.
Perfect.
Then at night it's not so visible, the translation from the long handrail to the either side to the cable bag. There's a handrail on the DGA at the bottom, right?
Checking, Koichi.
Okay, I saw it.
Copy, Koichi.
Don't need to check, Zena, thank you.
And we have 2 spacewalkers on the move. They've completely installed what they set out to do today, install the mid-strut and lower strut, completing the support structure that they've been working on, and now they're moving on to some get-ahead tasks.
Dean, I'm pausing here at 2004. I think I got my tether pack hung up on that triangle.
Okay, copy, Duke.
And, I'm going to take a look at it.
Copy. And while you're taking a look at that, just a reminder, some cautions for you are to minimize loads into the wire ties and MLI that are on that handrail 2008 and don't translate on the radiator base handrails.
fairly down here then. Or, actually, I've got my green hook soon, so this will be okay.
Copy, Duke.
Continuing onward. Okay, my 2006, dropping my green hook.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, Gina, I'm at the cable bag.
Copy, Koichi. You can stow the TBA bag in the cable bag.
Copy that.
Duke, once you've got that green hook in place, you'll be heading outboard to S6, the outboard non-radiator corner.
Okay, headed straight out, and I've got the green hook on 2006.
Copy.
Okay, Koichi.
Okay, just the TTA bag in the cable bag.
Okay, I'm just reaching the here it is.
Copy that.
Copy, Koichi.
Zena, so anything else that I can put it in the cable bag other than the DA bag?
You can also clean up that GoPro that you put out.
Okay, we'll do that.
So NASA astronaut Nicole Mann is making her way out to the 1B power channel. They were at the 1A site. That's where they spent the majority of their spacewalking time today. Thus far, the majority of the 4 hours and 4.5 hours that they've spent out there. Now you can see 1A kind of towards the top of your screen there in the yellow. She's making her way now to 1B, just so you kind of get a visualization of where she's going.
Okay, Zena, I'm at the mid strut on the right side. I'm going to head out, put the scoop down on the mounting bracket.
Copy.
Okay, our cable bag is closed, and I put in the TDA bag and also GoPro.
Okay, copy. That's great news. Koichi, for you, once you're ready, you'll be retrieving the APFR end WIF-X from WIF 25 and putting it on your BRT, translating into the starboard seat of WIF.
Copy that. How's it going, Duke?
I'm just getting the square scoop down.
Awesome. I'm working on the APFR retrieval.
Out to which seat car?
That's the starboard, but I still have to pick it up.
Okay, gotcha.
Taking a look at your screen, the points of view from our astronauts. On the right side, Koichi Wakata is retrieving a portable foot restraint. Meanwhile, on the left...
Okay, guys, big picture update for you both here. Duke, once you have that scoop installed, we're actually going to have you wire tie the cable bundle to the mounting bracket, similar to what you guys did on the last EVA. Just get it sucked to the mounting bracket as best you can, low profile. We're about 4.5 hours PET, and so we're looking at a very modified APFR reconfig here. We'll have Koichi bring that sticky APFR back to the seated cart, and then Duke will have you meet Koichi at the seated carts, and we'll make a plan from there. But we will not be having you go further outboard after that, most likely. We'll be working on a plan. Yeah, so sorry, to clarify, we want to...
let you know when I get this scoop down, and then we can talk about cables.
Perfect. So yeah, we won't be having you go outboard starboard again, but we do want to prioritize that P6 APFR.
Copy. PD2 copies.
Those words from NASA astronaut Zena Cardman up to our spacewalking astronauts. Nicole Mann has brought out her cable bundle out to the 1B work site. Rather than doing what she did at the 1A work site and kind of routing them and wire tying them neatly, instead she's going to take the whole bundle and keep it in place there for future spacewalkers to work on at another time. Meanwhile, they do indeed want Koichi Wakata to stow that portable foot restraint that gave them trouble during the last spacewalk onto a Cetacart. Cetacart meaning Crew Equipment Translation Aid, CART. It's essentially an equipment locker, an area outside of the space station where they can store spare parts.
That looks great in your HECA view. So we'll have to just use one of the integral wire ties that's already on the cable bundle and use that to help tend the cable to the mounting bracket.
Let's see, can I just put either end to the lower strut, because there's already a wire tie there? I think that'll be more expeditious. That's okay with you.
Hey, Firm Duke, we're good with that plan.
Okay, cool.
Okay, then I picked up, I read it to the extender, and then I picked up on the VRT. I'm going to translate.
Copy, Koichi. You'll be heading inboard to the starboard CETA cart.
See that.
Some more directional cues, though, going inboard or towards the center of the International Space Station.
Let me adjust the TCV a little bit. You know. EV to TCV switch from 5 to 6.
Copy, TCV 6.
Wakata on the move once again.
Come so you then, or do you want me to route it at the proper location with the Sharpie mark?
Yeah, if you can get that wire tie on the Sharpie mark, that would be ideal.
Okay, yeah, I think that's easy enough.
Perfect.
Wakata is in possession of that APFR, that portable foot restraint, and is on his way to that CETA cart where he can stow it.
Copy that. Okay, I see Duke's safety tether, so I'm going above it. It'll be good.
Copy, Koichi.
We're in a brief communications handover here in Mission Control. We expect to get our video back shortly. We're still able to hear the crew at this time.
Okay, I got three twists on the left strut.
Copy, Duke.
As we come out of this handover period and we regain our video, we'll get a slightly better view when we're back, as the International Space Station is beginning to enter an orbital daytime. We expect that pretty shortly here.
I'm at the anchor point, and I'm going to translate continue to the starboard feeder card.
Copy, Koichi. I'm with you for a few minutes. Sounds good. We're following along.
Okay, great. How's it going, Duke?
Good. I just got my 3 twists on the lower right for the cables, and it looks like the sun is coming up.
Okay.
Kind of pretty here on the very end of the station.
Very nice. I'm translating towards the starboard feeder card now with an APFR extension.
Okay, Drew, if you're happy with these cables, I'm going to head to airport to meet Koichi, if you agree.
Yep, Duke, we're happy with that plan, and please pick up the cable bag on your way in to meet up with Koichi.
Okay, Drew, I'm at the starboard feeder. I'm going to with 1.
That's affirmative. Stow the WIFX in starboard feeder with number 1, and I'll give you the numbers when you're ready.
Okay, stand by.
If you're just joining us, you're watching a spacewalk outside of the International Space Station with our spacewalkers Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann. We are about 4 hours, 38 minutes in to our spacewalk today. The main objective, finish construction of the 1A IROSA mod kit. So what does this mean? Well, the International Space Station is undergoing some power upgrades, including adding some rollout solar arrays. They roll out like a rug, sort of on top of the existing rigid regular arrays that have been there for a while. But these rollout solar arrays are very powerful. They're very efficient. So even though they're kind of overlaying the top of the rigid arrays, it's actually going to result in more power generation. But before these solar arrays can be installed, the astronauts need to do some construction outside of the space station. We call them mod kits. It consists of 6 struts and a mounting bracket that these solar panels can sit on. And that's what they've completed today. They began their task back in January 20th, and Nicole Mann...
Okay, Koichi.
Okay, you're ready to copy for the setting. Yep.
Nicole Mann and
you're looking for
Koichi Wakata have completed its construction today. They're also doing some additional tasks. Nicole Mann just brought some cables out to the 1B power channel, and Koichi's working on bringing a sticky portable foot restraint over to a SETA cart.
And setting of 1.
Okay, 11 and alpha 1. Okay, 11 o'clock. It does not engage on the...
Copy, Koichi. Yeah, we see that in your HECA.
You want 2006 picking up my green hub.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, Zena, any suggestions? It looks like it's in, but not completely in.
Okay, copy, Koichi. Yeah, it looks in, but I also see the locking collar is not black on black.
Correct.
If it helps, you can take it out and go in with a little bit more force. Oh, it looks black on black in your HECA
Okay,
view. Can you confirm?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I see black on black. Good pull test and good twist test. Okay, looks like it's in.
Outstanding.
Confirm?
Yeah, looks good in your HECA view
right.
to me. Okay, so if you've got that set at 11 alpha and an extension of 1, then we are good on the WIFX.
Okay, 11 alpha.
On the right of your screen, Koichi Wakata, his point of view. He's at the CETA cart right now. You see the word CETA 2.
You can continue.
He's in the process of stowing the portable foot restraint. It looks like he got it connected. Again, it's kind of just a locker where you can keep spare parts and retrieve them as needed outside of the space station.
And just to remind you, since I'm picking up where Drew left off here, Duke, you'll be picking up that cable bag as well.
Okay, picking up the cable bag. Copy. I'm at 2003. I'm crossing over.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, with 01, 11 o'clock, pitch of alpha, length of 1 on the V6 extender, complete.
Perfect. You will now roll and yaw the APFR. You're going to Papa Fox 6, and clocking should still be 12.
Papa Fox 6.
Koichi Wakata now at the CETA cart, maneuvering the portable foot restraint that Zena Cardman had requested. Earlier in the spacewalk, Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann finished construction of a support structure that will house an IROSA, or roll-out solar array, launching later this summer. They've totally completed construction. This was at the 1A power channel, and during their previous spacewalk, they completed work on the 1B power channel. Just before this, Koichi Wakata had completed the cleanup of some multi-layer insulation, putting a pit pin back in there, closing up the insulation, getting it nice and protected against the elements of space. Right now, not on screen, Nicole Mann is wrapping up, bringing some cables out to the 1B power channel. While Koichi here, right on your screen, is working on a articulating portable foot restraint on the S4 side of the space station. This task that he's doing here sets them up in a good position for the IROSA installation. So the solar panels won't be launched until this summer, and when they're ready to be installed, this portable foot restraint is already in a good position for them to use during that installation.
Okay, 12 o'clock, Papa Fox 6 on the ADFR complete with the English 8 tucked in.
Okay, copy, Papa Fox 6. That's a great config.
Okay.
Okay, Koichi, next we're actually going to have you head to the anchor hooks and be ready to meet Duke when she arrives there with the cable bag. We'll have her pass off the cable bag to you, and you can take it to the airlock.
Okay. Copy.
Okay, so I think I'm going to have to go back around forward and cross over, then go out for the IEA. Do you agree?
I do agree, Duke. Yep.
Okay.
And big picture, Koichi, once you get that cable bag and take it to the airlock, Duke, we're going to have you head out to P6 for that P6 APFR. And then Koichi, you can head back out and we'll have you do the ingress aid swap.
Okay, copy.
Our spacewalkers work together in support of building that support structure and then went their separate ways to do their own tasks. The spacewalkers are now working to meet up together again.
Everyone's at the cable bag.
Okay, EV2 is at the anchor hook.
Copy both.
Okay, Zena, can I make the Duke here at the anchor? Okay.
A from Koichi, yeah, we'll have you hang out there. Duke's on her way with the cable bag.
Okay. Do that.
Koichi has reached his rendezvous point, and Nicole Man is making his way over to him to hand Koichi Wakata a cable bag.
A little different than when I did the outboard one, so I just want to double check if you're okay with that.
Unnecessary, Duke.
Got the scoop of that mounting bracket? Okay.
Duke, just to confirm, are you seeing a different clocking on the scoop, or are you thinking it may have come unlocked?
Not a different clocking. When I put the outboard one to lock, it was, like I thought I had it to lock, and then I had to push moved or a lock, and this one just kind of went right into lock, so then I was second-guessing myself. But I can take a look at it now, or if you want to just make a note when they come out this summer, just to double-check it.
Yeah, Duke, we'll make a note.
Copy.
Duke, do you think you can see it from where you are, just to get eyes on and verify that it's actually locked?
I know. I looked and I couldn't tell. I mean, it looks like it's locked, but the one when I did it outboard, I thought it was locked and I could pull the D10 out and it was over, but then I pushed it a little more and it had like this, you know, like that little satisfying click. So I don't recall from this one, so that's why I was second guessing.
Okay, Duke. On second thought, we will have you go up and just double check.
Okay, I'm going to leave the bag here then, since I all I have is a BRT on it. It's still strapped down.
Copy, yep.
Dina, meanwhile, shall I get the cable bag?
Koichi, let's have you grab the cable bag, actually, while Duke does that double check.
Okay.
And then you can bring the cable bag to the airlock.
Sounds good. Okay. All right, sounds good.
This is a bit of a delicate dance as Koichi Wakata makes his way over to Nicole Mann to grab a cable bag. As you can imagine, they each have several tethers connecting them to the International Space Station, and they certainly don't want to get tangled.
Safety tether, because I did not fair lead it.
Okay, thanks for the heads up.
Houston confirms. And let's just have you pause for one moment before Duke gets on the mod kit. We'll need to have crew get off of exercise equipment.
Okay, I'll pause you right here.
I think I can continue to translate, right?
Affirm, Koichi. You can translate, and just be extra cautious of Duke's safety tether. It is coming away from structure toward her, so your feet are running over top of it right now. I recommend getting a fair lead on it if you can.
Okay, I go Zenith side, and I see that better.
Copy, Koichi.
Once Koichi Wakata has that cable bag, he's going to make his way over to the airlock where the spacewalk began today and stow it temporarily.
All right, Duke, you're good to go. Let's get eyes on that scoop as fast as we can.
All right, I'm continuing.
And Koichi, just watch out for that tether. You're going back and forth underneath Duke's safety tether right now.
Okay, I see it also. I think I was going to tail lead on 2213 or 2214.
Koichi, I think the best plan of action is for you to back out the way you came. We're concerned about cross safety tethers and a big tangle here. We're at about 5 hours TET, so we want to avoid any safety tether crosses.
Copy that. Copy that. So Duke's tether should be, I should be over Duke's tether, right?
Yeah, you are over Duke's tether, and now you are also under Duke's tether, so you'll have to come back from underneath Duke's tether in order to cross back over along the cedar rail. We'll keep an eye on it.
Okay, so come back. Okay, I'll come back underneath.
Hey, no, the scoop is good. Thanks for letting me double check that. If it's going to help with safety tether routing, I think come down the right side of the mod kit, which I think will help.
Let's have you stand by there. I think actually having you head back down the way you came is the best course of action. Koichi is just about free of your safety tether now.
Okay, I'll stay put.
That'd be great. And then, okay, I am approaching the crossing point.
Copy, Koichi.
Okay, so can I keep coming back to the enter point?
That's perfect.
Okay, now
we're
it's
good
clear.
With that. Okay.
I'm clear.
We like you there.
Okay.
Let's have you just pause there for a moment, and you can get back in a normal body orientation. Duke, you can come off of the mod kit now, grab the cable bag, and we'll have you both head inboard. Sorry for the shuffle there.
Okay. No problem. Actually, this orientation is better for safety tether monitoring, so I will stay in this orientation.
And speaking of that, how is my safety tether, Koichi?
It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good, and it's clear above me.
Or is it relative to my feet?
It's on your left side. And now it's between. Now it's on your right side.
Okay, it should be on my right side. So
now it's on your right side, and now it's getting
okay, guys.
In the middle.
We're happy with the safety tether routing at this point. Koichi, we can have you actually head back inboard to the anchor hooks, and we'll have Duke do the cable bag pass off there.
Okay, I'll go back to the anchor hook.
Okay, sorry about that. I am back at the bag. It's picking it up now.
Okay, sounds good.
The left of your screen, in Nicole Mann's point of view, you can see the cable bag that we're talking about. She's going to hand it off to Koichi so he could go bring it to the airlock.
Okay, I'm at the anchor hook.
Copy, Koichi. We'll have you just hang out there for a moment, and Duke will meet you with the cable bag.
Okay, copy.
And then we'll have you heading inboard first.
Copy that.
Okay, I've got the bag on my BRT. Just releasing it from structure, and I'll be right there, Koichi.
Okay. And then after that, I can go to the airlock and stow the cable bag. Is that right?
Affirm, Koichi. We'll have you stow that cable bag in the airlock, and then you can pop back out of the airlock. You'll put down a waist tether and lock that waist tether, and then we'll work the slingshot cleanup.
Okay. I don't come back to the covered cedar cart?
Negative. Not yet. We'll have to clean up the slingshot first. So just get back to the airlock, and you'll put your waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender, stow that crew lock, the cable bag in the crew lock, and then we'll have some further instructions for cleaning up the slingshot.
Okay, copy that.
Koichi, I'm headed inboard.
Okay.
Now 5 hours into the spacewalk. Nicole Mann is in the process of handing Koichi Wakata a cable bag. It's not as simple as just handing it over. You can see they're on different planes there. Koichi had to move one of his anchor hooks to be able to receive it and move over to the airlock. Earlier in our coverage, we described these anchor hooks kind of like rock wall climbing. You have your ropes tied to one central point up at the top, but you're still free to move up, down, all around. So he had to reset his anchor hook in order to move to the airlock. Nicole Mann had to do the same thing, but also moving the cable bag from where it was stowed onto her body restraint tether and now over to Koichi Wakata.
Dude, are you? Duke? Yeah. Hold on.
Wow. Do that.
All right, you ready for me to give you this cable bag?
I'm ready.
Come over here. Okay, I set my rat to it.
Okay. I will first thread it. Okay, thread it. You can let it go. I can release it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Here it's coming.
And before you take off, good to you.
Okay. So let me attach VRT to that.
Yep.
They're handing over the bags now. And there's the bag floating just above our spacewalkers there.
VRT is attached. Shows closed. Okay, you can. Good. Can I complete?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Maybe it's better that I go
Yeah,
low.
maybe when you get to that feeder cart.
Okay. Okay, safety tether is good. Sig. I'm going to translate to the airlock.
Okay, yeah, you look good.
Okay.
Copy all, guys. And with that, we'll give you a big picture update here. So we're just over 5 hours PET. We have plenty of consumables, looking at about a 740 PET based on consumables at this point, so you're doing great. What we could do is work the P6 APFR retrieval. That would put us at about 7 hours PET if that all goes smoothly. There's always a chance as you come back outboard to just pause and not go all the way out to P6. Or if you make it to P6, you can always drop off that APFR early in order to head inboard more quickly. So we'll just be looking for your thoughts on that plan. Koichi, while Duke does the P6 APFR retrieval, you could be working the ingress aid swap on the seated carts. So we'll just take your thoughts on how you're feeling in terms of energy management and everything about that plan.
Yeah, so the plan is I'll head out to P6 and grab that APFR and understand that I can break out really at any point if for some reason it's going wrong. It works for me. What do you think, Koichi?
Yeah, for me, the ingress aid swap seems to be good, and then translation of you translating to the P6 seems to be a good idea.
Okay, perfect. We copy all. So, Koichi, you'll continue inboard, get that cable bag in the airlock, get your waist tether hooked up to the airlock D-ring extender. We'll clean up the slingshot, and as we work that, we still have time to just send you both to the airlock or for other get-ahead tasks, but for now, that's our plan.
Copy that.
And with words from Zena Cardman, our spacewalkers now have their marching orders. For the rest of the spacewalk, we're about 5 hours in so far, but for the remainder, Koichi Wakata is going to go drop off a cable bag and then swap out some ingress aids. Ingress aids are referring to our portable foot restraints, kind of something that helps you get into these portable foot restraints. He's going to swap out the ingress aid for those. Meanwhile, Nicole Mann is making her way to the far end of the space station P6, the Port 6 truss, to retrieve a portable foot restraint herself and just bring it a little bit closer for a future spacewalk.
Okay, I'm at the airlock, opening up the thermal cover.
Copy, Koichi. You can get your waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender. Gate closed, lock, block on block.
Teamwork. Okay, my left waist tether is now attached to airlock D-ring extender. Gate closed, hook locked, block on block.
Copy, Koichi. Okay. And we'll get a check also of the other end of that waist tether, the small hook on your suit D-ring extender.
Small hook is attached. Okay, small hook is attached to my left D-ring extender. Gate closed, hook locked, block on block.
Perfect. Okay, Koichi, with your go, Duke can start cleaning up. Duke, for you, that will be releasing.
Duke, you go to proceed.
you'll release Koichi's EV2 anchor hook from 3011, stow it on your waist tether with the gate closed hook lock, block on block.
Okay, I have a rat to EV2's anchor hook. I'm removing EV2's hook.
Copy. So you'll get that on your waist tether with both of the hooks closed, locked, block on block.
Okay, now at this time, do I have a go to install the cable bag inside of the airlock?
Affirm, you can get that cable bag in the airlock.
Copy, in work.
Okay, I have EV2's anchor hook attached to my right waist tether. Both gates closed. Light is locked, black on black.
Copy, and we'll check for your small hook as well on your waist tether, that it is locked black on black as well.
Koichi Wakata in the airlock, now stowing the cable bag he just retrieved from Nicole Mann.
Okay, copy, Duke. With that, you can get your EV1 anchor hook from handrail 3217 and stow it on your mini workstation.
Okay, my anchor hook is removed and stowed on mini workstation.
Copy, Duke. You can head inboard.
Copy.
See, I heard some chatter with Nicole Mann with our ground IV Xena Cardman today here on the ground. She's configuring her hooks to be in a position to go out to the far reaches of the space station, the Port 6 truss, to retrieve a portable foot restraint. Astronaut Nicole Mann in your view now.
Quick, a cable bag is attached to the rat inside of the crew lock.
Copy. Great work, Koichi. We'll have you hang out there. We still need your waist tether locked to the airlock D-ring extender while Duke is resetting those anchor hooks.
Copy.
Okay, I'm coming over to reset the current.
Copy, Duke. And you'll be continuing along. You're going to be looking for mile marker 8190 for those new anchor hook locations. That'll be on S0.
Okay, 8190.
And Koichi Wakata has successfully stowed the cable bag back into the airlock.
at the port data code.
Okay.
We're just over 5 hours and 15 minutes in today's spacewalk with NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata. Nicole Mann is currently resetting some anchor hooks.
Quick handover here, guys.
So these anchor hooks were initially set when heading to the mod kit work sites for the first half of the installation of this mod kit. Now they need to reset them to a different location in order for Nicole Mann to reach the port side to grab the portable foot restraint from the port 6 truss. Even though we're needing to reset the anchor hooks right now in order for Nicole Mann to get to where she is to the P6 truss, after that, it's not necessary to reset them on her way back, as they can reach the airlock from the port side anchors.
Reach them at the anchor 8190, so I'm going to put down our anchors.
Okay, perfect, Duke. Yep, just nadir of mile marker 8190. You're looking for S0, handrail 3530.
Okay, I see 3530.
And you'll be putting your EV1 anchor hook on 3530.
Okay, my EV1 anchor hook is on 3530. It's closed, sliders locked, black on black.
Perfect. Next, you can attach Koichi's EV2 anchor hook to handrail 3531. That's just zenith of mile marker 8190.
Okay, EV2's anchor hook is on 3531. It's closed, sliders locked, and black on black.
Copy, Duke. With that, Koichi, you can release your waist tether and get the thermal cover closed. You'll be heading
Copy that, anymore.
back to the CETA carts.
Copy.
Duke, next for you, you'll be continuing outboard, translating to the APFR in P6 with 17.
Okay. Get all cleaned up here.
And Nicole Mann is on the move after completing another item on her checklist of resetting these anchors. Again, these anchors were originally set as a way to get them to the 1A work site where they were working on this mod kit, this support structure that they've been building for these 2 spacewalks. But in order for her to do this task of going out to the Port 6 truss at the far end of the space station to retrieve this portable foot restraint, they needed to reset these anchors, put them in a different position so she could get out there.
Outboard on phase 1, crossing the Sarge, and dropping your green hook at P4, handrail 5111.
Okay, I'll check in with you when I cross the Sarge.
Perfect.
And there's Nicole Mann on your screen now, making her way out. Meanwhile, Koichi Wakata is still at the airlock. The cable bag he was working with is properly stowed, and now he's working to close the thermal cover of the airlock.
Okay, Zena, thermal cover is closed. I'm going to translate back to starboard. Okay.
Copy. Sounds great.
Hey, Zena. Yep, I'm here. My gauntlets are down.
Copy. Gauntlets down.
All right, can you give me that green hook again?
That's going to be P4, handrail 5111.
Okay, I'm there. Stop with my green hook.
Copy.
So Zena, the griffith strap is from the one that I installed to...
You're going to be grabbing the ingress aid from that sticky APFR that you brought inboard and transferring it to another APFR that's also on the starboard seated cart. It's in WIF 4.
Okay, I see that. Okay, I see that.
Okay, green green hook is down.
Copy, green hook, Duke. Next, you'll be crossing over the IEA to the non-radiator side. And at the outboard non-radiator edge, you'll continue outboard.
Okay, I'm at the edge. I don't see a radiator. I'm headed outward. I'm at handrail 5117.
That's a good handrail, Duke. Koichi, once you get the ingress aid, you can take the wire tie from the ingress aid and stow it in your trash bag. And then you'll install it on the APFR in WIF 4, it being the ingress aid.
Copy that. Copy. Okay, before that I will attach my wrench to the ingress.
Copy, Koichi. Koichi will take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
Okay. Gloves, good. No change, and hat is dry, and gauntlets are in place.
Copy all. Thanks, Koichi.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm at the APFR, Koichi.
Okay, I am still in the fetal cart, starboard fetal cart.
Okay, Gene, I think I was going to set the yaw while I was here.
Yes,
You can
ma'am.
back me up on that.
That's correct. So you're going to set that yaw to 3.
All 3, okay.
And we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you as well, Duke.
Okay. AG1's gloves are good, top is dry, and gauntlets are down.
Copy all, Duke. Thanks.
Okay, we set a yaw of 3.
Affirm, yaw of 3.
Okay, yaw of 3 set.
Copy. You can retrieve that APFR and stow it on your BRT.
Copy.
Hey, then I retrieved the wire tie from the ingress aid. I'm going to put it in my trash bag.
Copy, Koichi.
bag is really handy today.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, I'm about to the HFR. I'm releasing it.
Copy, Duke.
Oh, this has an ingress aid. Let me get that cleaned up first. I didn't
Copy,
see that
Duke.
earlier.
Getting live views of mission control here. Under the direction of Flight Director Chloe Maring. She's consulting with the spacewalking team behind her,
We're 10 seconds from a quick handover.
getting the rest of the tasks planned out for this spacewalk. We are 5 hours and 30 minutes in. Nicole Mann has reached her destination at the P6 truss, again quite far away from the center of the space station to retrieve a portable foot restraint. She has it in tow and is now making her way back. This just helps future spacewalkers not have to take the time to have to go out there during their spacewalk, really setting us up for success for the next one.
Hold it down. So I'm going to translate back like this, I believe. Got to collapse, but just not bend it down. Then when I stick it in the whiff, I'll be able to get some leverage to lower it.
Copy, Duke. That makes sense to me.
I'll just go slow. I'm aware that it's going to stick out more than normal.
We've got our live views back. On the left of your screen, you see NASA astronaut Nicole Mann with that portable foot restraint.
Okay, Duke, I'm about to install the ingress aid to the different DFR in the starboard feeder cart.
Okay, I just picked up the HFR. I'm about to head back inboard.
Okay.
Koichi Wakata is also setting future spacewalkers up for success. He's taking an ingress aid of a portable foot restraint and putting it on another one.
That APFR whenever you need. We're at about a PET of 540.
Okay, doing good right now. Fortunately, it's not a bad translation, but hopefully this guy doesn't swing too much. I'm going to take it slow.
Copy all, Duke. I like that plan. You did a great job with that translation on the way out.
Okay, ingress aid is attached. Black on black, good pull test, good twist test. I'm going to attach the new wire tie on the APFI ingress aid.
Copy, Koichi. That's a good plan.
You can see Wakata on your screen now installing a short wire tie on the ingress aid. This ingress aid goes onto the portable foot restraint, kind of helps the spacewalkers get their feet into it.
Great work, both of you. We've got plenty of time. Just be nice and deliberate as we get you both back inboard and cleaned up.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
As our spacewalkers complete their last tasks of the day before cleaning up their work sites and heading back into the airlock for a job well done. If you have any questions about what you've been seeing today, go ahead and put your question on social media using hashtag AskNASA, and we'll do our best to answer on air.
Back on my IEA.
Okay, I'm still in the starboard zero card.
Copy you both. And Duke, you'll be
I'm
at
working on installing the wire tie on the AIA.
Copy, Koichi. Great work. Duke, for you, you'll be heading back to that P4 IEA. Once you're on the inboard edge of the P4 IEA, cross over to the radiator side and pick up your green hook.
Great, sounds good.
We got one question on YouTube about when these IROSAs, the rollout solar arrays, will be launching. So remember that for every IROSA or solar array that we're adding to the space station that has to have a counterpart, its mounting bracket that attaches it to the outside of the space station. So in today's spacewalk, we did install that mounting bracket to the 1A power channel, and soon it'll get paired with an IROSA. And to answer that question on YouTube, the IROSA will be launching on a SpaceX Cargo Dragon vehicle during the SpaceX 28, the 28th Commercial Resupply Services mission, and that'll be launching sometime this summer.
Okay, 3 twists at the bottom of the Ingrid attachment.
Copy, Koichi.
On the wire side, I'm going to tuck it underneath the AKFR.
Copy, that's perfect. And after that, looks like the ingress 8 is already tucked pretty low profile.
Okay, I didn't get your last. Ingress 8 is already tucked in.
We got another question, this time from Twitter from Mike Washington, who asks about the total duration of the spacewalk. We're 5 hours and 43 minutes in so far. Our spacewalk began at 6:45 a.m. Central Time. We expect it to go up to 7 hours.
Pictures of the sticky APFR. If you could just get some eyes on, get some good photos, see what you can see.
Sticky, okay.
Yeah,
Copy.
maybe we'll discover something about that sticky pitch.
Copy that.
Okay, Green Hook is picked up. I'm crossing over.
Copy, Duke. Great work. Koichi, for you, if you see anything that looks like an MMOD strike, obviously make sure to keep your hands well clear of it. Don't touch that area, and we'll take photos.
Okay, do you have any specific areas that you're interested? Or is that a pitch knob area or everywhere?
The pitch joint especially, and if you see anything obvious, let us know.
Okay, copy that. Since it's at night and it's, I see, light from external lights, and I'll be desirable lighting to take pictures, but we'll try to take pictures as much as I can.
Copy, that's no problem, Koichi. Yeah, we'll just snag a couple photos, and then we'll have you head inboard to the airlock and stay ahead of Duke there.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm back on phase 1.
Okay.
Copy, Duke.
I'm still
Great
taking
work.
pictures at the Sabotita.
Okay, no worries, please. I got a ways to go.
Okay. I'll taking pictures here then.
You can see spacewalker Koichi Wakata there acting as photographer. He's documenting this sticky portable foot restraint pitch joint. Gave them some trouble during the last spacewalk, so he's getting documentation so our ground teams can take a better look at it. As Koichi Wakata documents the sticky portable foot restraint, I want to take another question from Twitter, this time from MK9, who asks, what are the next steps for the IROSA solar array upgrades? Is it 4A and 4B channels remaining to have their solar array deployed? So I want you to take a look at this graphic here, kind of shows what we've done. So 4A and 4B that MK9 mentions in his or her tweet, it's already completed, has mounting bracket and has solar array. 4 are done. 3A, 4A, 2B, and 4B are already deployed. We've completed the mounting hardware for 1A and 1B. All that's left is for them to get IROSAs themselves, roll out solar arrays. So to answer the question, 1A and 1B are next up to get the IROSA solar arrays.
APFR.
Okay.
And correction on that clocking, Duke, that's 8, not 9.
Yes, 8. Thank you.
A while ago, Nicole Mann set out to travel out to the Port 6 truss of the International Space Station to grab a articulating portable foot restraint. She's grabbed it and made her way to a cart being a sort of stowage locker to the outside of the International Space Station where they can kind of keep and store things as they need it. And now she's working on stowing it onto the cart.
Make sure that the ingress aid isn't going to be in the way, or anything on structure will be in the way of you installing and then holding down that ingress aid.
Okay, you got it. I'm here with 2, getting off my BRT now.
Yes, Dean, I'm still trying to go to the other side of the APFR for the big joint.
Copy, Koichi, no problem. We've got a great camera view of you, looking good.
Okay. Okay.
You're getting live views from both of our spacewalking astronauts. We're midway through an orbital nighttime outside of the International Space Station as it flies over the coast of Somalia.
It looks like 8 is going to be good with the ingress aid, and then I'll be able to hold it down.
And Koichi, if you check... Stand by.
Very good.
Koichi, we were tracking possibly a wire tie that may have come out of your trash bag. Not sure if you have eyes on.
Wire tie. Wire tie is wire tie in the, looks like there's a light, it's hard to feel. I cannot open the trash bag.
Yeah, copy. No problem. We'll check the video, Koichi.
Where do you see it?
We saw it on the
Okay.
video. We think we'll check the video.
We'll find it out.
You might be able to feel the soft fabric portion of your trash bag and see if the wire tie is still in there, but we'll check the video, no problem. And
I can feel some wire type looking thing inside a trash bag. I can feel it through the gloves. I think.
copy, Koichi.
It's really difficult to tell.
Yeah, no problem. We'll check the video, Koichi.
Okay, and I took pictures on the other side of the pitch joint. Any other areas?
Checking. Okay, Koichi, we're good with pictures on that APFR. So we can have you, we'll have you guys coordinate. We'll take your thoughts on whether Duke thinks it might be helpful to have a second crew member over there for that sticky ingress aid.
Okay. Okay, rather that, I'll go to the port side.
Yeah, so I got it. It unfortunately it's in 9, so I just need to reclock it over to 8, and then I can get on that ingress aid.
Okay.
Copy. And Duke, are you seeing any possible interferences holding down that ingress aid?
Not yet. No, actually it looks okay. Maybe I'll try it right now. Let me try it right now. That way Koichi knows if I need his help.
Okay.
So I am black on black. I've got a good full twist test.
Copy, Duke.
On the APFR.
And should I already head that way?
Okay, it's coming down fine, Koichi.
Okay.
Because this load was this difficult, so this is working out fine.
Okay, great.
I have it at 9. You wanted an 8, or is it?
A-firm. 8 would be great. Yep.
Eye interference.
Okay, Zena, do you want me to translate to the airlock or to the port side?
Yeah, Koichi, we'll have you head to the airlock and get connected on the airlock gearing extender.
Great. Copy.
Okay, ingress aid is folded down.
Copy, Duke. Nice work.
Great. Okay, Zena, then I don't need to push the pedals of the spacecraft here. Is that right?
Negative. We'll have Duke do that on her way in, so you can head to the airlock.
Okay.
We're coming up right on PET of 6 hours. You guys are doing great.
This is Mission Control Houston, live with coverage of our spacewalk today. We're nearing the 6-hour mark. Our spacewalkers are wrapping up their tasks for the day.
Copy, Duke.
I think I messed up some of the, one of the other settings. I know Foxtrot, I think it's 12 and 3.
It'll be Papa Papa Fox 3.
Sorry, Fox 3, okay. I messed up Fox, so let me get that.
Okay, Duke, then I'm going to head my way to the airlock.
Okay, Ricky, and I'll be right behind you.
Copy.
Houston likes that plan. Just take it nice and smooth. We'll get you back in the airlock, and then Duke, you'll follow.
Captain.
Sounds good. Okay, I'm coming down on the Cedar Spur.
Copy, Koichi.
NASA astronaut Koichi Wakata making his way back into the airlock.
Okay, Tina, I'm at the airlock. I'm going to open up the thermal cover.
Copy, thermal cover. Once you've got that open, you can take your waist tether to the airlock gearing extender, and gates close, locked block on block.
Copy. Work.
My tether wrapped around my leg here. I'm just troubleshooting that.
Copy, no problem, Duke.
Okay, Tina, I attached my left waist tether to the airlock gearing extender. Gate closed, hook locked, black on black. On the small hook on my left waist tether is attached to my left gearing extender. Gate closed, hook locked, black on black.
Copy all. That's a great config, Koichi. We'll have you hang out there for just a moment.
Okay. Copy.
looking back at the anchors.
Copy, Duke. Okay, Duke, we've got a good load path through Koichi. You can ret to Koichi's anchor hook. That's on handrail 3531, and move it to your waist tether. And we'll look for both hooks, gate closed, block, black on black.
Now 6 hours into our spacewalk today, our spacewalkers wrapping up. They're getting ready to ingress or get into the airlock. Earlier this morning at 6:45 they egressed. Now they're going back into the airlock to complete their spacewalk.
Okay, I have a ret to Koichi's anchor.
Copy, Duke.
Nicole Mann, this is her point of view right now, configuring her tethers to also go inside the airlock.
All right, EV2's anchor is attached to my right waist tether. Both gates closed, the sliders are locked at black on black.
Copy, Duke. We'll also have you check the other end of your waist tether for your small hook.
Okay, and I've released my ret to his.
Copy.
How much time do we have before sunrise?
Checking. Koichi, you've got about 5 minutes until sunrise.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
All right, just trying to get eyes on here in the dark. Can't see it.
Copy, Duke. We're great on time. Just be nice and deliberate here.
You don't have a camera on me, do you, Zena?
An external camera on you, Duke?
Yeah, can you see me?
Checking. Not right now. We've got your HECA, but I don't think we have a good external view. We'll check.
Okay, I think that D-ring extender is going behind my leg, and that's why I can't pull it up far enough to see.
Copy, Duke.
me try something else here.
The point of view of NASA astronaut Nicole Mann on your screen now. She's working to configure her tethers in a way that she can get inside of the airlock. It's pretty dark out there right now, but we expect an orbital sunrise with some better lighting soon.
But it's going by, but I think it's going behind my back is the problem.
Copy, I understand now.
Let me see if I can maneuver down here.
Copy. We do have an external camera view on you, but it's pretty dark and there's some stuff in the way. I unfortunately don't have a great view.
Yeah, I can see it by my leg. Unfortunately, I just don't know which direction to turn. Okay, it is locked. I got eyes on it.
Great work, Duke.
Passing the 6-hour mark on our spacewalk today, about 6 hours and 10 minutes as our crew works to get back into the airlock. Just before both Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata had completed their tasks, Duke, or Nicole Mann, was tasked with going way out to the Port 6 truss and retrieving a portable foot restraint, bringing it a little bit closer.
Copy.
Meanwhile, Koichi Wakata had relocated a portable foot restraint ingress aid, swapping it out with another one, and put that on its CETA cart for future spacewalking use.
My anchor, and it is stowed.
Big work.
Awesome job, Duke. You can start translating back to the airlock. Reminder to depress the CETA cart brakes. You'll press the starboard CETA cart brakes and the port CETA cart brakes 2 times each on your way in.
Okay, sounds good.
In the lower right corner of Koichi Wakata's helmet camera, you can see we're entering an orbital sunrise.
Okay, there's 2 buses on the port feeder cart. Big candle. Pedal.
Copy, Duke.
Astronaut Nicole Mann is confirming that the brakes on the CETA cart are fully engaged. After that, she's going to stow her strut bag. If you remember at the beginning of the EVA, they had to bring out the mid-strut to finish installation. So she's stowing the empty bag back into the airlock before she gets in.
There's 2 buses on the port feeder cart.
Great job, Duke. And just a heads up right now, your safety tether looks good, but for a moment was about to go between your legs. You're in a great config now. Looking good.
Okay. Frequency, I'm coming down the Cedar Spur.
Okay. I see you.
How are we doing on time, Zena?
We're at PET 6:15. Doing great.
Fine if we take a couple of photos before we go into the crew lock?
You bet, Duke.
All right. Perfect lighting. Stay there, Duke.
Oops, sorry, let me get back. So let me get my laser. What's up?
Okay. Another one. Okay. Another one. Okay, that's great.
All right, let me get my local down on. I got a couple of you got a good first view in the background here.
Awesome. Translating really quickly there.
I thought it was on the Cedar rail would have been bad because
Yeah.
it's just a straight shot.
Yeah.
Let me get another one here.
I'll check with you. Yeah.
So there's caught on it. That's what it was. Okay.
You can see our spacewalker, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, there with the camera taking some pictures of Koichi and perhaps of this orbital sunrise. They're about 6 hours and 17 minutes into their spacewalk and have completed their tasks for the day. So they're taking advantage of the scenes, grabbing a few shots, and then going back into the airlock.
right. Like this? Okay, and then right. All right. All right.
Hold on, I didn't get that one.
Okay. Good. All right, let's go in.
All right, let's go in.
Right, Zena, then I'm going to ingress.
Copy. Great work, both of you. Koichi, before you ingress, you can turn off your HECA.
Copy. Work.
And Koichi, since that assembly is a little bit loose above your head, if Duke needs to help push the button, that's totally fine.
Yeah, that's probably better. Duke, could you push it to kind of loose?
Oh, yeah, quite loose.
Yeah.
Okay, it's pushed.
Okay, HECA is off. Thank you, Duke. Okay, come in. Okay, I am in.
Copy, Koichi. Duke, you can also turn off your HECA and ingress.
All right, Koichi.
All right.
Coming in.
All right, I see your feet. No, your head first, right?
At first, yeah.
Right, okay.
So I think if you just bend your knees, you know,
Okay.
so that he's out of the way.
Okay.
But if you could bend them more like all the way, yeah, just
They're good? Okay.
get in there.
All right.
And
I'm staying on the
Duke,
forward side.
Oh, okay.
you'll also
I'm
be...
going to put a hook on the thermal cover before I go in.
Copy.
Sorry, what was that, Dina?
Disregard, we were going to ask you about the thermal cover, but you answered our question.
Okay, yeah.
We're beginning to get our final views of our spacewalkers here. You see the legs of NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. She's there in the pair of legs with the red stripes, making her way into the airlock.
All right, now I'm coming in, Koichi. So now if you bend your knees.
Okay, I'm bending my knees here.
All right.
All right.
I'm in. The thermal cover is closed.
Awesome.
Copy, Duke. You can release the hook from its stowage tether point, attach the hook to the magnetic plate D-ring, and cinch the strap until 6 lines are visible on the tail. Verify that the magnet is engaged.
Okay. That'll work.
Koichi, you can start working on your SCU while Duke is working on the thermal cover. Remove it from its stowage pouch, remove your DCM cover, and connect the SCU to your DCM.
Copy, in work.
Copy.
Okay, I'm 6 down, 6 lines visible.
Copy, Duke. Verify that the magnet is engaged. And with that, you can also start working on your SCU.
Okay, magnet is engaged.
Nicole Mann chatting with our ground IB Zena Cardman today about releasing hooks, using D-rings, magnets. This is all in an effort to close the hatch thermal cover. This is the outermost part of the hatch, and it looks like she's successfully completed that step. You just heard Koichi Wakata be referred to as EV2. Our EV1, of course, today is Nicole Mann, and doing these hatch operations is part of her responsibilities as the EV1.
The max cooling minimizes the time necessary for SCU cooling.
Okay, that's enough now.
Okay. Copy.
We're back now with our live views inside the International Space Station. We have NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, one of our suit IVs today.
Now I'm working on my SCU.
Copy, Duke.
Still working on the TCD setting.
Early this morning, Frank Rubio helped our spacewalkers into their spacesuits, and today he and Josh Cassett are going to help them out of their spacesuits after repressurization has begun.
SCU attached for EV1.
Copy you both.
I'm still working on the TCD EV2.
Copy.
Even though the hatch thermal cover is closed, it does not necessarily mean our hatch is closed, and in fact, that's still not expected to happen for several minutes now.
For both of you, understand you're still working the TCV setting, but for now, we'll take the water switch to off. Expect H2O is off message.
Copy.
KTCD is max gold for EV1 and for the switch coming off EV2 also.
Copy you both.
Order is off EV2.
Copy EV2.
And water is off for EV1.
Copy. Water off for both of you. Okay, at this point we've got a 2-minute wait until we can do any further steps. But next we'll be working on the hatch.
Copy.
All right, Jim's going to maneuver to get eyes on the hatch. If you could go as far as your head as possible.
Okay. Okay. So this is as far as I can go to the port side, so I'm going to go up and then roll.
Yeah. I'm going to try to roll too.
All right.
I'm going to try to roll the other way.
If you're just joining us here, our 2 spacewalkers are just on the other side of that door, having completed what's now been a 6-hour and 30-minute spacewalk and counting. They're going through the steps to close the hatch behind them so that repressurization can begin.
Okay, crew, you can verify that the outer hatch is clear of hardware, verify the handle position per hatch decal, and close and lock the hatch.
Okay, it is a clear of hardware, and the handle is in the proper position. I'm going to try to back up. Please, I think maybe my foot is hitting you. Let me know what you...
Okay, my clearing of the rolling.
Okay.
Be clear.
See, if you bend, maybe if you bend your knees a little bit, too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I thought it started to move. I should work at that angle.
Okay. to push your feet down?
Give me a second, it went back in, so I gotta push it again.
Okay.
Can I take your feet back?
Feet back. Yes.
If you can.
Okay, I'm bending my feet.
I'm sorry, my feet. My feet?
Your feet. Feet. Feet back.
Yep.
NASA astronaut Josh Cassada has joined the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. You see him there wearing the hat, speaking to NASA astronaut Frank Rubio in the bluish-black shirt.
Pretty good. All right. Nice job.
Okay, crew, we are ready for the repress. Check that your SCUs are connected to the DCM. We've got your water off for 2 minutes. Check that the EV hatch is closed and locked.
Okay, EV hatch is closed and locked. Not very satisfying. Quick, is it?
Right. That's right. It's in the locked position.
Does this lock go down into a detent, or does it just flip over?
I think it just flips over.
Okay. That feels not moving. Okay.
Just to clarify, are you guys
closed and locked?
talking about the hatch handle?
No, not the handle, the lock. That's the thing you flip over. It says locked. Does it pop into a detent, or it just flips?
Yeah, it sounds like a good config to us, Duke. It's not a very noticeable detent. Okay, on the UIA, check oxygen for EMU 1 and 2 valves are open.
UIA oxygen, EMU 1 and 2 are open.
Switch power for EV1 and 2 on, and check that the EMU LEDs are on.
UIA power EV1 and 2 are on, and 2 LEDs are on.
Check power for EV1 and 2 volts are between 18 and 19.
Verified 18.6 on both.
Copy 18.6 on both. On your
The hatch is officially closed, and Zena Cardman is now walking our spacewalking astronauts through a pre-repressurization checklist. After this is completed, repressurization can begin.
EV1 power to SCU.
EV2 power to SCU.
Copy EV1 and 2 on SCU power. On your DCM, take your O2 actuator to press.
Inward.
Inward.
The view you're seeing now is that of Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station's flight control room. This is a view of all the flight controllers in the room under the direction of Flight Director Chloe Maring as they're working to get the spacewalking astronauts ready for repressurization.
EV2 in press.
Copy EV2.
EV1 in press.
Copy EV1 and 2 in press. Great work, both of you. Yeah. All right. Check that the EV hatch MPAS is closed.
All right. EV hatch MPAS closed. Awesome, Duke.
Okay, EV2, we're actually showing you not quite in press just yet. If you could give your O2 actuator a little wiggle and make sure that it's fully in the press detent.
Okay. I'm jiggling it.
And Duke, we'll take a wiggle test from you as well.
Wiggle coming.
It wiggles, but still it says the question mark. Oh, looks like it's pressed. EV2 DCM shows O2 actuator in the press.
Copy, Koichi. We see you both in press. Okay, check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Okay, EV hatch, MPEV is closed.
IV hatch equalization valve throttle off to norm at your desired rate. EV expect an alert tone.
Okay, and Zena, I am with you on 1, and I will take it from here. Great job.
You've got it. Over to you, Frank. Congratulations to you all.
And thanks so much to the team for all the effort you put into the troubleshooting and all the hours added. It was a great safe and great procedures that you gave us to get that module installed. And well done, Koichi, for sticking with it.
Great job, Duke, and a great job, Zena, and thank you to the entire team for the entire wonderful procedures and real-time advice for the troubleshooting. It worked out great. I'd like to thank JAXA folks who are supporting in Houston and in Tsukuba, 日本の皆さん、今回の船外活動にあたりご支援いただきありがとうございました。ISS は漆黒の宇宙の中でとても輝いて見えました。人類のかけがえのない宇宙の研究施設の希望と可能性を象徴しているような輝きです。国際協力をさらに進め、和の心を持って ISS を最大限に活用して、その利用成果を創出していきましょう。Thank you again.
Hey guys, welcome back. Great job out there. It's good to have you back. Okay, I'll be throttling the IV hatch valve from off to norm. Let me know if the rates works well for you.
Our ground IV, Zena Cardman, has handed off her duties of talking to these spacewalkers over to Frank Rubio, who's on your screen now. He'll be continuing with the rest of the steps until they get their spacesuits off.
Okay, it's started. Let me know if that works. We're going to go up to 5 and pause there. You should expect an alert tone at 4 PSI.
Copy.
Copy.
The crew there just shared some kind words with the team here on the ground, namely thanking them for the troubleshooting measures happening between the January 20th spacewalk and now, as they went out today to do some of the fixes, try some new workarounds. And ultimately, it led to success. Now repressurization has begun, as you can hear that sound in the background. We're going to vacuum. We started at about 0.3 psi, and we're steadily moving up. We're going to do a suit check at 5 psi. Today's spacewalk concluded when our spacewalkers turned their spacesuits off of battery power at a time of 1:26 p.m. Central Time, 2:26 p.m. Eastern, bringing their total spacewalking time to 6 hours and 41 minutes.
Okay, we're at 5 psi. We'll pause here for 2 minutes to let the pressure stabilize.
The crew lock is now sitting at just above 5 psi, where we're doing a planned hold. Make sure everything is okay before continuing back up to the pressure of the International Space Station and that of sea level here on Earth of 14.7 psi. So we're going to wait a minute here. These same steps were followed but in reverse during depressurization. As they prepared to get out the door, now they're preparing to get back into the space station after their spacewalk.
Alright guys, the pressure has been stable for 1 minute with a delta of less than 1. So for both of you, check switch glove heaters off. OFF.
Off for EV1.
Off for EV2.
Great. For both of you, please check your gloves for contamination and report any noticeable abnormalities.
EV1 gloves are clean.
EV2 gloves clean.
Great to hear. For both of you, take your O2 actuator to IV.
Framework.
Framework.
EV1's in IV.
Copy EV1.
Is in IV.
And copy EV2. Good job. Okay, I will be throttling the equalization valve, and we're going to go to a DPDT of 0 here. Let me know how this works for you.
Copy.
Starting now.
After entering a momentary hold at 5 psi, repressurization has begun to continue. Today's spacewalk began at 6:45 a.m. Central Time, ending at 1:26 p.m. Central Time, for a total of 6 hours and 41 minutes. Let's take a look at the spacewalk by the numbers. It was the 259th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the second space station spacewalk of 2023 and the sixth spacewalk of Expedition 68. It was the second spacewalk of both Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann's career, totaling 14 hours and 2 minutes of their career spacewalking time. Today's spacewalk again lasted 6 hours and 41 minutes, which led to 68 days, 12 hours, and 28 minutes of total spacewalking time. These 68 days refer to the total spacewalking time of all 259 spacewalks in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This year, it being the sixth from Expedition 68, 5 out of the Quest airlock where our spacewalking astronauts are now, and 1 from the Poisk airlock. With the conclusion of this spacewalk, that brings the total spacewalking hours of Expedition 68 to 41 hours and 51 minutes. Repressurization almost complete now, hovering above 13 psi, making its way to 14.7. Repressurization continues as we momentarily lost our view of that crew lock of the Quest airlock. You're now seeing the mission control team who worked on today's operation, monitoring our spacewalkers, coming up with troubleshooting solutions as they worked to get that mid-strut of this mod kit installed. The man standing at the back of the room there, that's Keith Johnson. He knows the ins and outs of the procedures that we did today, coming up with many of the solutions and consulting with his teams in the back rooms, relaying his data to the row just in front of him, our flight director, Chloe Maring, and our ground IV, the person who communicated all of the instructions with our crew today, Zena Cardman, our astronaut. Repressurization is complete and the hatch has been opened.
Thank you, guys.
Looks like Koichi Wakata, our astronaut from Japan, is the first out of the hatch.
Houston station on 1, you have a go for step 4 of 1.240.
Houston copies. Thanks, Frank.
NASA astronaut Josh Cassada, you see there in the hat in the lower left corner of your screen, with NASA astronaut Frank Rubio in the short sleeves in the upper right, working now with spacewalker Koichi Wakata, getting his safer unit off, getting his helmet off. I'm going to get his gloves off as well.
Like Houston, heads up. Space Ground 1, the crew is no longer hot mic'd.
Understand, crew is no longer hot mic. Thanks so much.
This is the Quest airlock aboard the International Space Station. What you see in the foreground here with astronaut Koichi Wakata, Frank Rubio, and Josh Cassada, that's what's known as the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. Nicole Mann, you can kind of see her legs there with the red stripes. She is still in the crew lock. She's going to make her way over to the equipment lock with the help of our with the help of our suit IVs here. Nicole Mann's being helped into the crew lock now, into the equipment lock now. Just like they did with Koichi Wakata, our suit IVs Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada are working on either side of our spacewalker, working to remove the safer units, the simplified aid for EVA rescue. Our spacewalkers today are wrapping up. They are both inside the hatch. They've undergone repressurization and are back into the equipment lock with our suit IVs who are helping them kind of get out of their suits right now. To recap what they've accomplished today, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata successfully installed a mod kit. This is a necessary step to set the stage for the delivery of the next set of IROSAs, or roll-out solar arrays, on SpaceX's 28th cargo resupply launch this summer in an effort to revamp the International Space Station's power channels, give it a little bit more power with these rollout solar arrays. They began work on this structure in January and completed their installation today after some teamwork and collaboration with the team here in Mission Control. This involved work on a lower and mid-strut and wrapped up their work by tightening the bolts today, rigidizing the structure, getting it ready for these IROSAs. They went on to do some work that could save time for future spacewalkers, including Nicole Mann, who delivered a bundle of cables out to the 1B power channel. Koichi Wakata swapped out an ingress aid on a portable foot restraint that had some trouble rotating from side to side. Now when it's used for the next spacewalk, the user won't have to spend time swapping it out themselves. And Nicole Mann ventured out to the Port 6 truss to bring a different portable foot restraint closer to the worksite for future spacewalks. We're back with our live views now. Koichi Wakata on the left and Nicole Mann on the right. Back with our live views now. Josh Cassidy now removing the HECA, part of the straps onto the helmet, gives us some nice high-definition views of their point of view. That's Wakata that he's working on the left.
Hey, Josh, there's a flashlight in front of the camera, if you can grab it for us. Thank you.
Josh Cassidy now working to remove the gloves of Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata. And it looks like Frank Rubio is doing the same on the right side to Nicole Mann. And the gloves are off as our suit IVs, NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Josh Cassidy, work to get our spacewalkers out of their spacesuits right now. Of course, having some playful pictures taken along the way. This photography is also crucial to documenting this post-spacewalk, the condition of the spacesuits, the location of where they're storing everything. And the helmets are off on our spacewalkers, Nicole Mann on the right and Koichi Wakata on the left, all smiles all around. This was their second spacewalk, and of course the second spacewalk of 2023 as well. Their total spacewalking time equals 14 hours, 2 minutes, mostly with the goal of setting up the mod kit on the 1A power channel of the International Space Station. They previously wrapped up installing the 1B power channel as well, finishing the 1A channel today.
You could look to your left and smile real quick. Perfect. Excellent family photo there. Thanks, guys.
Not only did Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata finish installing this mod kit to set the stage for future delivery of the IROSA's International Space Station rollout solar arrays for future power upgrades, but they also did a lot of work setting the stage for future spacewalks, bringing in equipment that was farther away, bringing it to the work site for future spacewalks, replacing sticky portable foot restraints and ingress aids with ones that will make the lives just a little bit easier of our future spacewalkers. These spacewalkers set their spacesuits to battery power at 6:45 a.m., leading them to a 6-hour, 41-minute spacewalk to get these installations complete and these tasks to set them up for success for future spacewalks. Thank you for watching and sending in your questions via Ask NASA. You can follow along with Expedition 68's mission on the International Space Station blog and on social media. That concludes our coverage today. Thanks for watching. This is Mission Control Houston.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal